been recognized with numerous awards, including President's Gallantry Medal. Today, he will be here with us sharing his insights. Please welcome him with a huge round of applause.
अंदर आ गए। हेलो।
Hello.
हेलो। हेलो। Yeah. This is left, right? Keep pressing it. Where's the laptop? You can keep the same one.
Abhishek. सर कहने से पहले लैपटॉप इस तरफ लगाना है। तो ये पूरा वो है लगाया हुआ है।
I can't come and see the slides again and again. How do I see the slides? I need to see the slides. Huh?
कपिल श्रीवास्तव के नाम पे कुछ वीडियो नहीं है, एक्चुअली में से फाइनल कैसे आएंगे एक सेकंड यार, रुक जा, यही है पक्का। चलो फिर तो वही लगाना पड़ेगा ना। हाँ रीनेम नहीं सर, कोई बात नहीं,
उनको अभी सर को बता दो।
सर गुस्सा हो गए, एक बार बात कर
उसको ऑफ कर दें।
ओके वन अभी सेंड किया है तो सर ये परसेंट क्यों नहीं है? इसको डिस्कनेक्ट कर देते हैं, लैपटॉप वहाँ पे सर खुद का लैपटॉप है? नहीं ये सेम लैपटॉप अगर रखना है कनेक्शन क्लोज
करके वापस से स्टार्ट करना।
कनेक्शन चला जाए, कनेक्शन भाई उधर का कनेक्शन पूरा हटाना पड़ेगा, मतलब कनेक्शन है ही नहीं। ये देखो आप ही देखो, वो नीचे वाला फ्लोर पे वो चीज़ सब पूरा चेंज करना पड़ेगा। ये बताओ अगर लैपटॉप को उधर रखें तो ये लैपटॉप की कनेक्टेड के पीपीटी इससे चल रहा है? इससे चल रहा है।
हाँ ये रन
अच्छा वो वीडियो भी चलाना है ना उनको, तो यही सर लैपटॉप अगर किसी के पास है तो पीपीटी उसमें डाल सकते हैं, दूसरा लैपटॉप किसी के पास
चलता है।
ये क्या है?
ये वीडियो है भाई इतना।
हाँ सर ये कुंभ का है, ये रहा ये वीडियो ठीक है ओके। बाकी सब
हेलो 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 हेलो
परसेंट एंड ठीक है ओके हो गया। वो स्लाइडर किधर है?
उस पर लगा दो उस पर।
सर अभी तो सर पूरा ये सेटअप ही मांग रहा है, मतलब उधर लगाने के लिए। ये कर सकते हैं, दूसरा लैपटॉप है किसी के पास तो वहाँ पीपीटी पे खोल दो सर, सिर्फ पीपीटी से लैपटॉप हमारे पास
कोई भी लैपटॉप है
कोई भी पूरा चीज़ सर ये
अरे नहीं
चाहिए, सिर्फ पीपीटी सर को देखना है।
उनको
ये तुम
देखना
यहाँ
है,
से
वो
handle कर
विजिबल
लोगे
नहीं है ना वो
तो इधर लगा दे, वो आई से नहीं
आइस प्रो। हाँ
तो एक
सेम टाइम पे
किसी और पे लैपटॉप उठा लगा
ऊपर
वो तो 3 लैपटॉप और किसी के पास नहीं है लगाया एक लैपटॉप
हेलो हेलो
अभिषेक
Good morning, everyone. I am extremely delighted to be at Sharda, a place where grand ideas take shape. And today I am going to showcase one of the grand events which have taken place on this globe, which was the Mahakumbh 2025 at Prayagraj. I was lucky to be part of it. But before I begin, I would like to show you a slice of what exceeding the excess actually could mean, and the how of you people, how we managed it, which was something which is unprecedented. Can I ask someone to play this? This is a short video which will showcase you vividly in a live way what actually transpired there and how it was managed.
जहां पुलिस आपको इशारा कर रही है वहां चले जाइए, कृपया करके यहां से जाने का रास्ता नहीं है।
Let me ask you a question. How do you manage a gathering which is bigger than the population of United States in a city which is smaller than the size of Mumbai? Any answers for it? You possibly can't. You just pray and you deploy 50,000 police officers and give it under the control of UP police. So this is just an idea of. Let me take you to the nitty-gritties of it. An average daily footfall at Kumbh was 14.7 million, and the peak day Mani Amavasya footfall was 76.4 million, which is bigger than the population of several countries put together. And on the slide, you can see that it has been compared with some of the global events. In Paris Olympics, there are 15 million people estimated over 2 weeks. In the FIFA World Cup, there are 3.5 billion spectators across a month. The Rio Carnival has 7 million people over a week. The Hajj pilgrimage is 2.5 million pilgrims annually. So just compare the peak day Mani Amavasya traffic, which is 6.4 million, which is astounding. Let me take you through the challenges which we faced. The successful organization of Mahakumbh and managing the safe Snan, the holy trip of 663 million people, was under the constant shadow of terror threats which were looming large. The subversive and the international elements were looking for every opportunity to disrupt this holy event. But the combined teams of the anti-terrorist squads, the traffic management, the river safety, and the fire safety, I mean, everything put together was excellently managed to the extent that there has been no global precedent of managing such an event with such amount of excellence. This is a bit about the transportation part. The Indian Railways has acted like an ace cricketer. There were 11 centuries, which is struck 11 centuries there. On 100, there were 100 special trains on 11 different days. And the total trains which were run was 17,330 trains which were run. The road operations, if you talk, there were 33.17 lakh vehicles which had entered the city, in the city of Prayagraj, a city which can host barely 25 lakh population, a city which has a 25 lakh population, 33.17 lakh vehicles entered in a span of 45 days. And if you look at the air travel statistics, 5349 flights, which included 5.85 lakh passengers, and an average of 12,000 passengers had entered the city of Prayagraj. So all this huge amount of traffic, whether coming through road, through railways or the flights, it could have been a chaos, it could have led to a chaos in the city. But the AI-powered traffic monitoring, the real-time surveillance, and seamless coordination between different agencies ensured that everything was smoothly run. And I can vouch for it. You would have heard a lot about the traffic hazards of Prayagraj, but it was much, much better managed than so many metropolitan cities of the country. Let me just give you a glimpse of the logistical arrangements. If you can see the entire Prayagraj and the Kumbh Mela area was divided into 10 zones and 25 sectors, and there were 56 temporary police stations, 140 police chowkis, there were 53 fire stations, the exclusively water police stations which are set up in the Sangam, and 700 plus boats, and deep water barricading of 12 kilometers. Why I want you to show this statistics is not to overwhelm you with numbers, but managing the safety and security of 663 million people is not just a game of numbers. What was required and what was done was a seamless inter-agency coordination between between the variety of units, and strict security protocols which were observed on the land, river, and fire domains. The pontoon bridges, which you would have seen often on television, these are temporary bridges which are erected on the banks of Sangam for crisscross movement of pilgrims, to facilitate the movement of pilgrims, and which are dynamic in nature. It depends on the emergencies and the contingencies, how this entire pontoon bridge movement is operated, which to a layman seems a very casual thing, but there is a science behind the movement of even the movement of pilgrims on the pontoon bridges, which is being monitored at an integrated command and control center. And there is a crowd density alert which comes from the AI-based cameras, which becomes the basis for regulation of the traffic on the pontoon bridges. All of you would agree that security is a major concern, and our motto was Divya Bhav and a Surakshit Kumbh. So to ensure Surakshit Kumbh, what we needed was a very, very ironclad security infrastructure. I'm so sorry. An ironclad security infrastructure, and there was a 7-layer of security network, a grid which was created, where you can see the first layer of security was at the point of origin, from wherever the pilgrim started in the country. The second was at the state border. The third was at the Prayagraj zone border. The fourth was at the Prayagraj commissionerate border. The fifth was at the Mela outer cordon. Then you have the inner cordon, so on and so forth. So what seems to have been done over this period of 45 days is a result of such an intricate web of security arrangements which has no parallel anywhere in the world. The QRTs and the quick reaction team and the emergency response teams, they were positioned strategically to neutralize any kind of terror threat. The specialized elite units of anti-terrorist squad, the NSG and the CAPFs, they were constantly strategically keeping a watch on the anti-national elements, and the bomb disposal squads and the anti-mine squads, they were regularly conducting sweep and swipe operations across the Mela area to keep it free from any kind of IEDs. And there were 4,500 locations which are geo-mapped for 24/7 monitoring. AI is the buzzword, and police in the Kumbh Mela police, the Uttar Pradesh police has made a very efficient use of artificial intelligence in organizing this whole event. There were 2,750 AI-powered cameras which were giving real-time, which were giving real-time feeds. And the AI-powered cameras at the Sangam Ghats, they were positioned in a way their live feeds were coming to the integrated command and control center, which were enabling us to take real-time decisions of the traffic diversions which were to be in place, the emergency schemes which were to be placed, and they were also flagging any kind of suspicious human activity. They were not only for crowd regulation, but the AI-powered cameras were also having human behavioral analytics so that any kind of suspicious human activity could be instantly flagged and remedial action could be taken. There were automatic number plate recognition cameras which were used, which were to detect and flag us of the entry of any kind of unauthorized vehicle intrusion, which can be a source of any kind of catastrophic incident. There were, for aerial surveillance, we were using tethered drones, which were giving us an elevated surveillance, continuous elevated surveillance over a period of several days, and the live feeds from the tethered drones were enabling us to coupled with heat mapping to take real-time decisions at our control room. For neutralizing any kind of underwater subversive activity, you would have not heard of the underwater drones, but we were also using underwater drones for continuous riverbed surveillance to detect any kind of unwarranted activity beneath the surface. There were anti-drone systems which we used, which were to counter any kind of rogue drones for aerial surveillance. And this Kumbh, the Mahakumbh 2025, apart from Divya Bhav Surakshit, it was also a digital Mahakumbh, which means integrating technology in all aspects of public utility. You would heard of the lost and found centers, the digital lost and found centers. You know, there was a popular joke going viral on social media where a person was complaining about the inefficiency of UP police. And he said that I lost my wife thrice in the Kumbh Mela. And this efficient policemen of UP police have handed her back to me every time. So he was very, very disappointed. But jokes apart, this talks about the robust Khoya Paya centers, and another crisis the Khoya Paya centers have done is, there's a crisis among the Bollywood script writers, because they have always been harping on this lost brothers in Kumbh. So this not only reunited the people, but also this has, you know, finished a very popular Bollywood trope of missing brothers. There was this Bhashini app, which was helpful in real-time multilingual communication, which was diluting the linguistic barriers, and it was helping pilgrims across the world and pilgrims from across different states of the country to communicate to the authorities and avail of the assistance. There was this Sahayak chatbot. This was provided for AI-powered guidance for direction, emergency services, and any kind of real event tracking if you want to do. So this helped converting every pilgrim's mobile phone into a virtual command center. While pilgrims were taking the holy dip in the Mahakumbh, there were there were cyber criminals. There were cyber criminals who were fishing for any gullible target. But the vast network of the cyber infrastructure which UP Police had created, where 56 dedicated cyber warriors and cyber experts were deployed there, who were continuously patrolling. Not only the police was not only patrolling the roads, but also the digital highway was continuously being patrolled to look for any kind of phishing attempts, to look for any kind of digital payment frauds, and more than 200 handles which were spreading misinformation and fake news and spreading digital panic in Mahakumbh. The FIRs were written against, they were identified, majority of them were taken down, and FIRs were written against a majority of them. There were variable message displays, 40 variable message displays, which were constantly displaying the digital do's and don'ts. There was a dedicated Mahakumbh cyber police station which was set up, which proved to be immensely helpful for the people who were becoming victims of cybercrime. Now, it was very important that every pilgrim who was coming there, he was not only happy, he was not only spiritually satisfied, but also he goes outside the Kumbh, he goes from Kumbh without an ache in his tummy, without a twisted ankle, and without a blurry vision. So just see there at the statistics. Over 2,000 medical personnel deployed, 1,000-bed capacity, 100-bed capacity central hospital, 103 ambulances, there were river ambulances, 1 air ambulance, and so on and so forth. And also the AI-driven translation facility which was given to doctors. So there was pilgrims who were coming from different corners of the world, and language was a big challenge. So these AI-driven translation tools enabled every pilgrim to understand. So when a doctor says that your BP is high, but the blessings are also higher at Mahakumbh, so language was no longer a problem. And over 7 lakh pilgrims received medical care, and over 5 lakh people underwent eye tests, and 3 lakh spectacles were distributed. So even if you could not spot the divinity, at least you could read the road signs very clearly. The Swachh Kumbh was also a major achievement of Mahakumbh 2025. There were 10,200 sanitation workers and 1,800 Ganga Sevaduts deployed. They were superheroes not wearing capes, but wielding broomsticks, and a mission to keep the Mahakumbh area spotlessly clean after the pilgrims took bath. Anyone feeling thirsty had access to water ATMs where you could just swipe, drink, and smile. And there were 20,000 people who were served, because it's very important for a spiritually satisfied people, bhuke pet bhajan na hoye. So these many thousand people were fed daily, who were served meal daily, which could make even one of the biggest grocery stores, at their wit's end. And 1,000 metric tons of rations was provided, which is a huge, huge exercise. Now, it's one thing if we say that UP Police organized, or the government organized the Mahakumbh successfully, but if you have a third-party audit, and from a prestigious institution like IIT Kanpur, the credibility of the entire endeavor is much, much higher. 81% said that resting areas were available on Mela premise, so that between their dips they could take a nap, which was very essential. 97% of participants confirmed presence of CCTV surveillance cameras in the Mela area. So there is a digital upgrade. The gods are looking, but so are the cameras too. 84% said the number of toilets were adequate. 663 million people, if you can arrange toilet facilities for so many people who are free of constipation also, it deserves a medal and a PhD too. It's no mean exercise. 89.7% of the respondents were aware of availability of healthcare services. स्वास्थ्य बहुत ज़रूरी है, अच्छा स्वास्थ्य बहुत ज़रूरी है. 76.3% identified the lost and found facility. So they don't have to panic if they lose their slippers. 66% expressed satisfaction with help desk service. So this, an independent audit by a prestigious institution. So when faith, has this stamp of science, we think we have done something right. So in nutshell, the phrase exceeding the excess truly captures the essence of what unfolded at Mahakumbh 2025. The world witnessed not only a spectacle of faith, but also it was a spectacle of human excellence. And in doing so, we have truly exceeded the excess for which there is no parallel in the entire world for any police force, for any administration to have organized an event of such global magnitude in a span of 45 days, where people have gone back smiling and they have narrated tales of Surakshit, Swasth, Divya and Bhavyakum. They'll become the global icons, they'll become the cultural ambassadors of India, and it has generated a tremendous soft power for the entire country. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir, for giving us this wonderful drive through Kumbh Mela. That was truly something amazing. Now, I would like to welcome our next speaker, Dr. Anviti Gupta, who is a leading expert in psychology, behavioral sciences, and corporate training. With over 25 years of experience, she has worked extensively in mental health, mindfulness, and emotional well-being, helping individuals and organizations enhance productivity and mental resilience. She has also trained professionals in prestigious institutions, including law enforcement and corporate sectors. Please welcome ma'am with a huge round of applause.
हटाना
Okay, looking good. Right?
Yes, I'm on. Yeah,
First.
this one second. Can I have the clicker for once?
It's not displayed there. It's not displayed there.
One second. No, again. Sure. All the best.
Are you all happy? Satisfied? Contented with your life? Really? Let me check. Have you ever noticed whenever there is a fight at home between a husband and a wife, a beloved, with your girlfriend or boyfriend, sister, what they do? They walk out of the house with a bag full of money. They go on a shopping spree. They come back home with a big smile on her face, and you feel that, yes, she's happy. And then later on, it starts again. So that time when you felt that she's happy, it was an illusion, mere mirage. It was actually a false happiness which was short-lived. We all are trying to fulfill the gap of that need within us, which is imaginary, which is phantom, which is a ghost feeling that we want more and more and more. We tend to accumulate things and worldly possessions. We need validation from people across outside and see and feel that it makes us happy. But then we fail to see that this happiness is very, very short-lived. It comes back again. We loved a girl and we desperately wanted to marry her. And once we marry, then after some months, some years, the happiness depletes. And then you think and feel, what next now? So today I'm going to talk about this phantom excess that is very perceived need in all of us to have more. So what is this phantom excess? Phantom excess is a thief. It ruins our life. It robs our happiness. But we are marching towards that illusion. And this particular phantom excess is nothing, but it is a perceived feeling. It may or may not match with the reality, but we feel that there is a lack of something. I feel that I want more of something. I have 2 cars in my driveway, but then when I see a new car, new brand of watch, today I had iPhone 10, my batchmate had iPhone, the upper end, and then I feel, I think I need that more. Why this need for more every time? It paralyzes you. It paralyzes your decision making. It paralyzes your happiness. But then when you need more and more and you try and fulfill it with the accomplishments, with the recognitions, with the materialistic gains in your life, which you fail to see that it is just merely temporary. So I'm going to tell you that what is that magic wand in your hand? What is the inner strength in you? What is that inner inventory in you which will help you come out of this phantom excess? Which will help you take away or put that phantom excess in prison? Who was robbing your happiness? Who was manipulating you? Who was just making you walk on that hedonistic treadmill that you keep on walking, and by the end of it, what happens? You get exhausted. Your energy level depletes and you succumb. Do you want that? No, I don't think so. This life is given to us but once, and what do we want? We want happiness which is eternal, which goes on for years and years. So we end up having this phantom excess feeling of lack, wanting of more, which may not be due to the actual need within us, but it has brought in front of us because of our societal conditioning. Comparisons, they have that, you don't have it. My neighbor has this, I don't have it. Oh, your brother has become an IS, and what come you? You're nobody. So this deep-seated, often unconscious sense of some kind of an internal lack, that propels you to go and hoard things, to go and bring in those temporary happiness with yourselves. This phantom excess is nothing but, it's an itch. It's an itch which you cannot see. It's an itch which will not go off by just rubbing on your skin. It is an itch which is there all across. And you try to have this itch sorted out by accumulation of wealth, accumulation of material things, rather than being content, being happy with what you have. But then there is always a question. Ma'am, tell us, how do we get it? You know what? Being a psychologist, I come across many patients, and they say, ma'am, I have a wonderful husband, good kids, loads and loads of money. But then I'm still not happy. I'm not contented. What I want more, I don't know. I think they have that, so I want that. But then when I get it, then again after some time, I want more and more of things. Ma'am, I'm unhappy, I'm depressed, I'm disillusioned, I'm disgruntled. So this wanting for more, which is imaginary, illusory, and a ghost experience, we are walking towards it. So what do you do? Realize that you have that power within yourself. How to do it? That is what I'm going to tell you. So this is an unscratchable itch, and it will never go off until and unless you take a deep dive within yourself. Yes, what creates this? Why on earth we do have this kind of an itch? The phantom excess, or this unscratchable itch, which is the phantom excess. What happens? Why do we have it? Because we have an illusion that this world is full of abundance. When we see on Facebook, oh, my friends have gone to Mauritius for the 25th wedding anniversary. You've just come from Dubai. But then you see, no, I also have to go to Seychelles. I have to go to Maldives. Why want more? Signal has gone. It's not working. Okay. So basically, this itch is because of three important things. I'm going to highlight these three things here. The first of all is this illusion of external abundance that I actually mentioned. There is abundance of things outside, across you. And because you are bombarded with the social media, you see everything and everybody else is happy, but me, I'm not happy. What will make me happy? Okay, now I should plan something more. I should buy something more. So you start hoarding it. The second is the paradox of more. You think more of clothes, more of branded clothes, more of telephones, more of material things will bring you happiness. No. It is a paradox. More may even impact it in the opposite manner. Maybe with more, you become less happy. Rather than more will bring you more happiness, you with more of things accumulating these worldly possessions, you will become more unhappy. Then, of course, you're always surrounded with information, information, information. There is an information overload. I have termed it as infobesity. You are obese with information. And this is what gives birth to decision-making paralysis. You fail to make rightful decision, and then you succumb to the dire consequences of the decisions you took based on this multiple information. And you don't know how to make a choice. And sometimes you make bad choices. So, I feel when we were young, we had limited choices of things and we were happy. Because to choose between 4 is easier to choose becoming from the millions and trillions of choices. So these are the reasons why there is always a new generation, especially sitting here, faces with this kind of a phantom excess. Now, of course, what do we do? What is the solution? The birth to this particular concept of hedonic treadmill is like we buy lottery tickets. When we buy lottery tickets, okay, fine, I've won the lottery of $4 million. Wonderful, I'll be happy. Then after some months, sometimes, that happiness. Next time I'll buy for more lottery. I'll bet for more. So this, we are constantly walking on this treadmill and we what we do, we are walking towards insatiable need and desire for wanting for more. What is happening? We are exhausted, we are tired, we fight and we succumb and we die. So what should we do? We should think of that from this excess and abundance, we should access what? Access your inner strength. Access your inner inventory. Martin Seligman has beautifully mentioned, what is this inventory all about? What exactly do you have inside you? What will make you be more successful, be more happy, be more contented, and live this life in complete wholesomeness? So from excess, let's move to excess. How we do it, it is here. So this is a very a model which was given by Barbara Fredrickson, and she very beautifully said that enhanced health, survival, and fulfillment in life will only come if you work on your resources, your personal resources. Buying a cloth, buying a new phone, buying a car may not be there. You have a need, you will always buy. But then if you feel there is a need, and actually it is not fulfilling any true need of yours, it is a state of phantom excess. So having a need of glass of water is fine. But of course, we are talking about this is that you will only be contented and happy. That is enhanced health and survival, fulfillment, beautiful life, well-lived life will only be taken care of if you work on your internal resources. And these resources are social support. So what you do is positive emotions, broaden your positive emotions, make more social connects. Develop them, because we know when we are in dire straits, if we are happy, people should be happy with us. If we are sad, they should be standing beside us in our dire straits. So if we have that social system in place and we have worked for earning those relationships, I think they are the best people who will make us happy rather than hoarding materialistic things and acquiring the goods. So work on your positive emotion, expand the horizon of your circle, develop social support, develop resilience in you, that if you are in stress in any situation, you come back to the normal after some time. I can do it. Give yourself positive auto-suggestion. And of course, you hone your skills and knowledge, because it is only you. If you have the feeling of phantom excess, it's only you who can work on your inner inventory. Work on inner inventory. First of all, understand yourself. Take a deep dive. Rather than looking outside, look within yourself. So that is the key to success. That is the key to exceed beyond, go beyond these materialistic gain and be contented and have that inner blissful state of contentment and happiness. So now let's embark on a journey. Are you all ready to embark on a journey of inner inventory and be the master of your own self? Yes, you all can do it, and I'm very sure of that. Of course, Martin Seligman has beautifully stated some of these as that you have to work on your inner inventory. These are the character strength. Build a wonderful character, work on yourself. Then you can tackle everything and anything damn on earth which is bothering you. The first of all, of course, is the character strength. The merit in you, then resilience, of course. The capacity to bounce back to the normal situation when you just went haywire, when there was stress, when there was problem, when your heart was broken, when your girlfriend left you, and when your wife left you for another man. My goodness, let her be happy. I'll be happy sometime else. Okay, fine, be normal, and then everything will fall in place automatically. Have purpose in life. Not only accumulation, what you need is perfectly fine. I need a car to travel for 3 hours to my university, fair enough. But I don't need 3 cars in the driveway. Because I want more and more. That is a false perception which I'm going for. So don't have this phantom bothering you every now. They will steal away your happiness. Gratitude. Be thankful for what you have. If you can sit after pandemic in an AC auditorium, I think we are all blessed. We are alive and kicking. We can see our 5 senses are working pretty well. So be thankful to God. Be contented with what you have. If you have this, but then I'll tell you how to have this also. There is another strategy. Of course, you should feel what I have is enough. Fine, I'm happy with it. Enough is enough for me. for the moment. You may proceed for more, but only if you need it. If you don't need it, you just have the feeling of gathering something more, then of course it is something which is going to kill the spirit of very wonderful life you have. Let's go next. Tools for inner inventory. Yes, this is something very important. Do a SWOT analysis. We do a lot of SWOT analysis for the companies, right? What are your strengths? What are your merits? What are your values? What you want in life? What you're good at, man? Identify your strengths and work on those. If you have a passion, do that. That will give you immense pleasure. If you have a socialized need for giving service to the mankind, do that. Want to work for the marginalized society? Do that in abundance. That is going to give you immense happiness. Self-reflection, reflect what went wrong, what went up, and then mindfulness and self-hypnosis. Self-hypnosis is a state of concentration, attention. And then, of course, what you do is, through self-hypnosis, if you're in a state of suggestibility, you give yourself positive auto-suggestion and you see how your strength will take up, and then this phantom excess will go away. Thank you very much. Time up ho gaya.
It was truly amazing, ma'am. Something that made us introspect and reflect deeply within ourselves. Thank you so much for that eye-opening talk. Your talk, sir. So for our next speaker, I would like to invite Professor Syed E. Hasnain, who is the Padma Shri awardee and an internationally recognized scientist whose groundbreaking work in DNA fingerprinting and tuberculosis research has made a lasting impact on healthcare and policy making. His contributions have helped us shape scientific progress, and he continues to be a driving force in advancing research and education in India. Let's welcome Professor Syed E. Hasnain with a huge round of applause.
For sure, sir. Sure. Okay. Sure. I need the mic. Yes, sir. Other guy? Hello, hello. On? A very good morning to all of you here. I see the numbers are not too much today. I thought maybe the house would be full. I've given a TED talk earlier, so I enjoyed giving TED talks. I thought I'll have my laptop, but decided to use my iPhone and speak from there. You know, I've chosen a very different talk. We had wonderful talks that you just heard. I'm a scientist. I work in the lab. At least I used to work in the lab. I now work, somebody else works for me and I use the data to publish and continue. People ask, how do we measure success? And I say, nothing succeeds like success. Sounds difficult to understand? It's very simple. And that's what I would like to do. I would like to give you some examples and take risks in your career. Each one of you know you the best, know yourself the best. Don't go after what your friends tell you, what your father tells you, what your brother tells you, or your mother tells you. You know what you are worth. You know what you can do. You know where you can. And that's where I think you need to decide yourself. Today, we are living in a world which is entirely technology driven. You saw how beautifully AI was used to manage the world's largest gathering. Imagine, such a large gathering was managed, and that was a lot has to do also with the AI. We are flooded with mountains of data, but data to become information, to become knowledge, and finally to become wisdom is a very, very long journey with lots of hiccups and lots of gaps. Softwares and apps are actually making life much easier for us. In Delhi, there's a software, there's an app, Blinkit. You know, the other day my daughter said, oh, you don't have this, Abu? Blinkit. I didn't realize what is meant of Blinkit. I said, oh, Blinkit. Oh. And believe me, in 10 minutes, things were delivered. That is where the science is, that is where technology is moving. You know, I'm using an iPhone to talk to you. Just 4 days ago, Mark Zuckerberg, you know who Mark Zuckerberg is? Mark Zuckerberg is a very famous person. He is the world's top 10 billionaire. I think he's a number 3 or number 4. He is a founder of Facebook and Meta. He just made a very bold prediction. He says in a few years, this will not be required. You will not need cell phones at all. I don't know how far it's true, but that's what his predictions are. And not just Mark Zuckerberg, but many others are also work going on. Apple was working on it. The Korean people are working on it. The Chinese are working on it, where you don't need a cell phone at all. You'll have a device attached to your. You'll have to wear a simple spectacle, and that will take care of everything. You have to give a dictation. You just have to speak, and it will be. Imagine the rate at which things move. Could we have imagined that today, sitting here, I can talk to my daughter living in Cambridge? Unbelievable. In my time, we used to make a trunk call. And trunk call, you'll have to define. ordinary, urgent, or lightning, depending on how quick you want. And today I can make a call to anywhere, any place in the world. How is the human health and society impacted? You know, many of us have our own choices. Some of us are strictly vegetarian. Don't worry. If you miss or if you want to try non-vegetarian food, today you can try non-vegetarian food without the sacrifice of any animal. The meat is grown not from meat, but from the basic ingredients in the lab. And I'm happy to say today, non-vegetarian veal is available purely as a vegetarian in India also. You know, you have a cat, you have a dog, you have some pet. You feel, I had a pet. We had a German Shepherd. It stayed with us for 13 years. After 13 years, the life of the dog gets over. And we had to put it to sleep. And that was a very, very horrible time in our life. We thought somebody from a family has left us. And that is where we felt, I wish I had not kept a pet. But today, you can keep your same pet for all many years that you live. You are living to 80 years, 90 years, same pet will be for 90 years. How? Cloning. That is where science is moving. That's where things are really moving beyond. You know, we are looking at living in a society where we believe mother is a fact, right? We all have seen she giving birth to me. Father is a belief. My mother tells me that he is your father, I have to believe him. This is a fact. The society is based on this fact. When I was heading the Center for DNA Fingerprinting and Diagnostics, a case came to us saying that this mother is claiming this child is hers, and there's another mother claiming that no, this child is hers. We resolved it, fortunately. The mother was faking, other mother was faking, and the child belonged to only one mother. But today, it is possible to have a child born with contributions of two mothers, and without having a father actually contributing anything other than giving his semen. So the things have changed. Things are really changing in an unbelievable manner. Unbelievable manner. You don't need procreation. You don't need sex for procreation. Sex is only for fun. You don't need for anything else. That is where things are really changing. Today, we can get our DNA sequenced in less than $100. And what do you get after sequencing? The other day, a prime minister of a foreign country came, and he said, my DNA tells me I'm Indian in origin. Outside India completely. How did they know? Because they looked at the DNA. DNA is deoxyribose nucleic acid. Correct? So they looked at that said, but today, you can do not only where you are coming from, what is your origin, but you can also find out what disease you are likely to suffer or what disease you are already in. So we are moving away from preventive medicine. Today you go to a doctor, they'll say, ye test karalo, wo test karalo, wo test karalo. If that is not there, then try this, then get this one tested. If that is negative, get this one tested. So disease by elimination is moving away to disease by affirmation. You are actually saying that, yes, this is what you have. No need to do any tests. We are going to that stage, arrive to that stage very soon. You know, the technique known as gene editing, you can edit a gene. And with gene editing, you can correct our genetic defects. Defects in our body that we inherited, that we got from our parents. And that defect can be corrected before it manifests. Today, a very famous therapy is known as CAR T-cell therapy. 19 years ago, a girl was treated with CAR T-cell therapy, a cancer, and today still she is surviving. Just last week, a paper appeared in Lancet where patients in India were given the CAR T-cell therapy, all genetic therapy. So things are really moving. In fact, predictive medicine has become so popular and so powerful. A famous Bollywood actress, Hollywood actress, got her breast removed because they said you are likely to get breast cancer. So she got the entire genes removed. So that's where things are really moving, and that's where I think we are moving ahead. Friends, we are living in a world as I said, where things are moving quite fast, CAR T cell therapy. We all think that whatever we are is because of the DNA that we got from a father and mother. Correct? All of you agree? Not correct completely. Besides father and mother, we have bacteria that live in our body. And these bacteria can modulate, can manipulate the DNA that you got from your father and mother. And these bacteria are known as microbiota that live in our body. You know, I worked for a very long time in Andhra Pradesh. Now it is Telangana. I realized that people after lunch or after any meal have curd rice. And I used to wonder, why do they eat curd rice? Any idea why do they eat curd rice? Correct. And rice because carbohydrate, curd because lactobacillus. They eat curd rice because they want to give in bacteria into our body. And today, depending on where you are living, your expression, your genetics, your behavior, everything can change by virtue of the food that you eat. And that is why microbiome is becoming very important. There's a technology available where by looking at your stool sample, the AI can predict what bacteria are in your body that's likely to cause disease, and what bacteria in your body are helping you avoid a disease. I will not be surprised if 5 years from now, or maybe less, doctors will give you a small vial of culture of bacteria. Drink this, no medicine is required. That's happening. Things are moving in that direction. You know, given the way the world is moving, what makes a person highly successful? That's a question many of you would be wondering. There was a wonderful survey carried out. They looked at Pablo Picasso, they looked at Einstein, they looked at all top peoples in different areas. Nothing to do with in country or geography or citizenship. Find out why they became so successful. And they asked, is it the family background? Some of them didn't even have a family. They were raised by their mother alone. So family background didn't seem to make much difference. Then is it of wealth? No, some were absolutely poor. I'll give you some examples of them. Was it education? No, many didn't go to school even. Social upbringing? No. Then what was it that made them the most successful person in life? Any guess? No. Ability to take risks in life. Take huge risk. And who can take risk? Nobody can tell you to go take this risk or drop this course or do that. I joined All India Institute of Medical Sciences. Was there for 4 days. So much of ragging at that time. I left and went back. You know, you have to have the ability to take, you alone can take the risk because you know what you can do. My father trusted me. He says, fine. What do you want to do? I said, I'll do BSc Honours. Okay, do that. But how many of us can do that? And those who can do that, as I said, gave the examples of people who are successful, are those who have been able to take risks. Let me give you some examples, real examples again in today's world. Bill Gates, you've heard the name, right? Bill Gates enrolled at Harvard, took a course, did some wonderful work in mathematics. His professor was very impressed. He says, this is a wonderful work you have done. You have solved a great problem. We will publish in a top journal. He said, I'm not interested. He decided to make softwares. And he developed some softwares. And then he co-founded Microsoft. And then many other successful tech companies and partnerships. In fact, he was the world's youngest self-made billionaire. Youngest self-made billionaire with a net worth of 1.25 billion. And today we all know what Bill Gates is. Steve Jobs, the person who discovered Apple. Steve Jobs co-founded the Apple computers. Attended Reed College but dropped out after 6 months. He managed by sleeping on the floors, picking up used Coke bottles and depositing it and getting some pennies out of it. And he used to eat free meals at Hare Krishna temples. This is what Steve Jobs started his life. And then decided to do something very different. Took a huge risk. Imagine a person who was not trained, nothing at all, decided to make a computer with another colleague and made Apple. Soon later on, Apple grew and then they fired Steve Jobs. 12 years later, he came back to Apple, and then it became what we know today. Today, Apple is Apple. There is no other computer as good as Apple. Another person whom I have met personally, a good friend of mine, Harold Varmus. He obtained his BA in English, Bachelor of Arts in English Literature in the US. And then he did his MA in English Literature, again from US, New York. Then thought, अच्छा नहीं लग रहा English में क्या करेंगे पढ़ करके? Let me do medicine. Good part in the US is you can do medicine even after you have not done science at all. That's happening also in India now with the new education policy. So what happened was he was asked to, something I have to learn from Mac. So what he did was, he learned, he decided to do the medicine, go for medicine. He tried in several schools. He tried the Harvard Medical School 3 times, didn't get it. Then went to Columbia University College of Physicians, and got his MD degree. And after MD, decided to come to India, do a missionary work for 18 months in India. Then went back to the National Institutes of Health in the US, and then from there went to University of California at San Francisco to work with Mike Bishop. And 2 years later, Mike Bishop and this person, Harold Varmus, got the Nobel Prize. Could we believe a person who did his BA English, MA English, MD, then decided to do PhD and do research and gets a Nobel Prize? And then he came back to NIH as a director. He moved one place to another place to another place. And that's where, because he knew what he is worth it. One more example, J.D. Watson. Have you heard the name? He's a person who was a co-discoverer of the structure of the DNA. This work that Watson did along with Crick was done when Watson was only 26 years old in the lab. And he has said, to succeed in life, it's not enough to be smart. To succeed in life, it's not enough to be smart. Lots of people are very bright and get nowhere in life. So what are the rules according to Jim Watson? 3 rules. What are the 3 rules? Number 1, learn from the winners. Learn from the winners. Your highest goal should not be simply to win, but to win at something really, really difficult. Have confidence in yourself. You know yourself the best. Imagine a bird sitting on a tree, lot of wind blowing. Do you know bird doesn't get frightened by the wind blowing because the tree will break? It's not, because it knows it can fly away. So it has confidence on itself, not the wind, not the tree. So that's very important. Bird trusts not the branch, but its wings. Rule number 2, take risks. Very important rule. Your very willingness to take on a very big goal will offend some people who will think that you are too big for your britches and crazy to boot. Don't worry about what people say. Pagal hai, ye kaam kar sakta, nahi kar sakta hai, he is mad. If you know you can do it, go ahead and do it. I assure you, you will succeed. Rule number 3, have fun. Stay connected. Watch movies. Enjoy parties. And stay connected. Have people around you who care about you and do intellectual help. It's very important. Don't be alone. Don't be, they say time is up. How much time I was supposed to get? How many? And I've done 18 minutes? Okay. So let me tell you one only story. I thought I've planned it for 18 minutes. I don't know how, unless, anyway, you must be right. A Nobel laureate, Professor C.V. Raman, after retirement, wished to create a Raman Research Institute in Bangalore. You know who C.V. Raman is? India's Nobel Prize winner, long, long ago. He started an institute and invited applications for hiring people. And while he was hiring applications, few people were shortlisted, and many people applied. We thought they'll meet C.V. Raman. when they met C.V. Raman, only 3 finally were selected. One person was not selected, so he felt bad. They paid his travel. The office paid him 7 rupees extra at that time. He said, he went back, he said, "Ye वापस ले लो, 7 रुपए आपने ज़्यादा दे दिया." उसने कहा, "Don't worry, you take the 7 rupees. We can't return it. We close the accounts." So next day he thought again he'll try. He was walking to the office. C.V. Raman saw him. He says, "I saw you yesterday. Why are you here today?" He says, "Yesterday your office gave me 7 rupees extra. I wanted to return the 7 rupees and they are not taking it back." He looked at him. "Okay, give the 7 rupees to me. Come and see me tomorrow." He goes to C.V. Raman tomorrow. Next day, I was very happy. At least I'll get to see C.V. Raman again. He says, "Son, you failed in the physics test yesterday, but you succeeded in the honesty test." That is what happened to this gentleman. And you will be surprised to know, this gentleman ended up getting the Nobel Prize. His name was Subramaniam Chandrasekhar. He has written a book on how the 7 rupees changed his life. This was how honesty made a great scientist. So what is lacking in talent can most often be made up for with hard work. And which is why Einstein said, "Don't try to be a person of success, but always be a person of humble." One last, can I take two more minutes? Can I? Thank you. One last, be humble. A true story. You know Dilip Kumar? How many of you know Dilip Kumar? Only a few. All of you should raise your hand. He is the finest actor of his time and even today is remembered. He was traveling in the flight, sitting on the business class. Another well-dressed person, moderately dressed person was sitting next to him. And Dilip Kumar being Dilip Kumar at that time, a lot of people were looking at him, "Oh, he's Dilip Kumar, he's Dilip Kumar." And this person didn't seem to bother. So finally, he asked him, "How are you?" "Oh, I'm fine." This person said, "I'm fine." He says, "Do you watch cinemas?" He says, "Yeah, I watched 1 or 2. Okay. Then tea came. Tea was served. He drank the tea. Both of them drank the tea. And Dilip Kumar is wondering, "Yaar, मैं दिलीप कुमार हूँ. मैंने पूछा उससे आप सिनेमा देखते हो?" And still he doesn't even come and say hello to me. Anyway, so finally the flight landed. He walks down. He says, "Hello, I'm Dilip Kumar." He says, "I am J.R.D. Tata." So, you may be Dilip Kumar. Don't underestimate the person next to you. He was J.R.D. Tata. With this, I wish I had more time, but I think TEDx has a limitation. But thank you so much for being here. Some other time I'll talk to you whenever and give you some more examples where we can learn from the success of many other people. We all try to be judgmental. One mother saw her daughter eating an apple, 2 apples in one hand, eating 1 apple. Mummy's mother said, "Beta, ye apple hame de do kyun karoge?" So they said, "Acha, let me try." Bites this one also. Mother is furious. She's already eating 1 apple and she's eating another one also. Oh my God, what kind of a girl she is. But then she says, "Mama, you take this one. This is sweeter." So don't be judgmental. Mother misjudged her daughter. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much, sir, for your invaluable talk that you just presented. That was so much for us to learn, to know, and a lot of knowledge. That shows we always have a lot to learn about. So with that, I would like to welcome our next speaker, Mr. Mayank Arya, co-founder of Yes Madam. He is an entrepreneur who has successfully built and scaled a home service startup from ground up. A strong believer in technology-driven business models, he has consistently innovated in customer-centric industries, refining convenience and accessibility. So please give him a huge round of applause. We welcome you, sir.
Hi. I think the voice, good, everyone. आज I would say कि in spite of giving you motivation, game खेलते हैं. Or is it on and off? It's on and off, I guess. Testing? Yeah, that's better. But
बंटी ये दे दे ये अच्छा दूसरा
let me go. So, testing 1 million, 2 million, 1 billion. Okay, that's how billionaires do the testing. We only know about the numbers. So today, I guess I won't give you any motivational thing. I'll play a game here. Let's start. So, let's say मैं आज आप लोगों के सामने यहाँ एक प्लैंक रखता हूँ एंड आपसे बोलता हूँ कि इस प्लैंक से आप नीचे कूदो एंड आई विल गिव यू $100,000 US. How many people will do it? I guess everybody, right? Because $100,000 from here to jump there is easy money. So everybody would do it. ठीक है? स्टोरी में थोड़ा चेंज लेके आते हैं. इस प्लैंक को अब 20th फ्लोर पे रख देते हैं एंड दो बिल्डिंग्स को आपस में ज्वाइन कर देते हैं. So instead of $100,000, I'll give you $150,000, 20th floor, and you got to cross the two buildings with that plank. How many people will do it? I think very few. Now, we do a twist again. दूसरी बिल्डिंग में आग लगा देते हैं एंड सेम 20th फ्लोर एंड दूसरी बिल्डिंग में आपका कोई लव्ड वंस है, मे बी योर मदर, योर डॉटर और योर फादर, एंड इस बिल्डिंग में आप हैं एंड इसमें कोई पैसा नहीं है एंड आई वुड वांट यू टू गो एंड सेव योर डॉटर और योर लव्ड वन. हाउ मेनी पीपल विल डू इट? आई थिंक एवरीबडी, राइट? सो व्हाई? बिकॉज कोई भी जो हम काम कर रहे हैं, इधर वी आर मेकिंग मनी, अवर वाई वॉज वेरी क्लियर, राइट? कि हम क्यों बिल्डिंग टू बिल्डिंग क्रॉस कर रहे हैं, वाई वी आर जंपिंग फ्रॉम हियर टू देयर, बिकॉज वी वांट टू मेक मनी. बट एट the top of 20th floor, when we were crossing, we did not want money, but because we want to save our loved ones, we wanted to cross that. So our why was very clear. Same way, thoda पीछे जाएं तो if we talk about my life, तो I belong to a very small family, business family in Amroha, which is like 2 hours drive from here. And शुरू से ही एक business itching थी ब्लड में कि बिजनेस करना था. आई वेंट फॉर माई हायर स्टडीज टू सिंगापुर, बट देन बिकॉज ऑफ दैट बिजनेस इचिंग आई वेंट टू वेस्ट अफ्रीका टू स्टार्ट माई एंटरप्रेन्योरियल जर्नी. एक अंकल आए थे मेरे पास, उन्होंने बोला, मयंक, हाउ मच मनी डू यू मेक हियर? I said, I make 1 lakh rupees a month. I was in merchant navy that time. And he said कि महीने का अगर 1 लाख कमाते हो और डेली का 1 लाख कमाना है, तो let's go with me. I said, ठीक है. Sounds very fascinating, very interesting. I said yes to him. My family supported me. They said, okay, ठीक है, चले जाओ. When I landed in Africa, मेरे पास जो 1 लाख रुपए आ रहे थे वो 10,000 रुपए रह गए. And doing a business is always a gamble, pretty much challenging. But then I did not give up. And I thought कि यार अगर अब अफ्रीका आ गया हूँ, now I have to turn this opportunity into a very lucrative opportunity. And that's what I did. 4 साल में from zero to I made 4 different new businesses. And at the age of 27, I was a millionaire, shifting time zones every week, doing lunch, let's say in Paris, dinner in London. That's the lifestyle I was living. But शायद भगवान को कुछ और ही मंजूर था. And I had an armed robbery attack on me. And when I was coming back home from the factory in Africa, so the few robbers, they came and start to snatch my bag from behind. I resisted. I did not know that it is an armed robbery attack, so I resisted. And within that process of saving myself, they hit a very strong iron rod on my leg, and I had multiple fractures on my leg. And I could not get up, or it took me almost a month to come back to India because there was no approvals of stretchers through the airlines which I was able to get. And when I landed up in India, doctor told, they didn't tell me, but they told my wife and my brother that Mayank won't be able to walk again. And my wife, one day she silently told me that this is what doctors has told me about you and you won't be able to walk again. But she said, Mayank, tu sirf chalega nahi, tu daudega bhi. And I chose to believe in her rather than believing in doctors. I said कि ठीक है, कोई तो मुझे support करने के लिए है. And that's what happened. I recovered from that journey, from that phase of 1 year ridden on bed. And when I was about to recover, slightly getting better, God gave me another challenge to face. And Ebola broke out in the West African region. And all my businesses went into losses. From millionaire, I was down to zero. Now I was broke mentally and physically, with no clue what to do next. And so what I did, I thought that let's get back to my hometown Amroha where I could start. I was ready to give up on life. Yeah, theek hai, whatever has happened has happened. I've done a lot of things in my life, but let's give up now and just stay in my hometown Amroha where I can just run a small property or some business so that I can live my life the way it is. But again, my wife was not ready to give up. She said, no, Mayank, you can't just give up like this. You got to take another bet on life. And she said, I'm not ready to settle in your hometown. You got to come with me to Delhi. I said, I don't have money to even pay the rents in Delhi. How can I go back to Delhi? She said, I don't know. Then my younger brother, who's my co-founder in Yes Madam, he supported me. He said, Bhaiya, you go there. I'll give you 50,000 rupees for rental, so you live your life. And from there, it started again. I started rewriting the entire life again, and I thought, but during that transition phase, I started reading a lot of spiritual books, and one day I was like watching Ramayana, and I figured out कि भगवान राम को भी 14 साल का वनवास हुआ था. So there I realized कि यार भगवान परेशानियां तो अपने आप पे भी लेता है. तो why अगर मेरे साथ परेशानियां आ रही हैं, तो why I'm ready to give up at such a early stage? And मेरे साथ भी तो मेरी सीता जैसी supportive wife and आदित्य जैसा dependable brother है. So that's what gave me another perspective in life, which really, तो मुझे एहसास हुआ कि the only thing that I need to do is to just change the outlook. कि मैं जो सोच रहा हूँ शायद वो एक बहुत ही नेगेटिव माइंडसेट से काम कर रहा हूँ. I really need to give a positive approach to life and I can turn around things. And it really worked. One fine day, my wife was having one facial at home and उनकी skin पे rashes आ गए. तो we figured out यार rashes क्यों आए. तो we realized कि जो professionals आए थे, they use duplicate products on their skin, and that's what helped us. कि me and my brother Aditya was sitting one day and we thought कि यार why they use duplicate product, because they used to bring the products in big boxes. So I said, why can't we replace these big boxes in home services with one-time usage products? And that's the idea we got, and that clicked. We tried up with all the big companies like VLCC, Raga, O3 Plus, and initially they were quite hesitant to, they were quite reluctant to build, to give us monodoses, one-time usage products. And, but we said no, this is a problem we wanted to solve because our ladies at home face this problem. So we wanted to solve this problem for the entire ladies of the world. And this is why I started my story from why. Yes, Madam was born out of deep love, compassion of two brothers loving their wife. तो जो हमारी wife के साथ हुआ, we did not want the other ladies to face that same problem. So that's the reason we are very much bullish or optimistic about the products that we use in our services. And from the day one, our why was very clear कि हम क्यों करना चाहते थे. हम सिर्फ इसलिए करना चाहते थे कि यार पैसा कमाए ना कमाए, but क्योंकि हमारी वाइफ के साथ ऐसा हुआ ना, तो किसी और के साथ ऐसा ना हो. And from there, it took us, like शाहरुख खान की जो कहावत है कि अगर किसी भी चीज़ को शिद्दत से पाने की कोशिश करो तो पूरी कायनात उसे मिलाने में लग जाती है. Same thing happened with us. हम एक प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व कर रहे थे. We figured out another problem which salon industry was struggling with, which was pricing. What we did with pricing, we came up with a very unique model of 6 rupees per minute, which nobody was doing back then. I think anyways, so which nobody was solving back then. We came up with 6 rupees per minute pricing model, and that 6 minutes pricing model gave us an edge over the consumer pricing, because अगर normal salon की बात करें या any online salon player, they were only selling convenience. We were the one who disrupted the salon industry by the product and the pricing, with the prices as affordable that could be 40% cheaper than any other online salon player. So that's what gave us an extra edge. And we were sitting, my brother and I were sitting, and then they said कि यार भैया we have figured out a very good business model, and अब तो is good, right? And I said okay, ठीक है, but then let's say we have Kohinoor ka Hira also, how to market it out? How people would know that what this is the services that we are going to provide? So I said okay, let's come up with an idea, and एक newspaper में front page पे we'll put an insert, so that people would know that is a newspaper advertisement, and that's what we did. And we said कि for first 100 consumers, the services will be free. And my brother said, भैया what you are doing, आज तो इतनी bookings आ जाएंगी that we won't be able to serve. I said let's try it out, and we did it. In the evening I asked him कि कितनी आई, and to our surprise we did not get any booking. It was 0. So then we realized यार product is there, now how to market is another challenge. So that was the challenge that we faced. The first professional that we onboarded, हमारे साथ जो थे वो हमारी स्कूटी लेके ही भाग गए. So those were the initial challenges that we figured out कि यार ऐसे काम कैसे चलेगा. But the one thing that kept us going is our why. कि यार हमें इस problem को क्यों solve करना है? क्योंकि वो एक अंदर से एक दर्द था, feeling थी कि शायद हम लोगों ने वो महसूस किया था कि ये प्रॉब्लम हमारे वाइफ के साथ हुई है, हम इस प्रॉब्लम को किसी और के साथ नहीं होना देना चाहते. दैट्स द रीज़न कि हमारे पास लाइफ में इतने फेलियर्स आए कि जब हम स्कूटी, बिकॉज वी डिड नॉट हैव मनी, आई वाज ब्रोक, मेरे पास शायद मुश्किल से 10 लाख रुपए थे इन माई बैंक बैलेंस एंड वी पुट एवरीथिंग आउट. स्कूटी लेके भाग गए. देन कंज्यूमर जो हमने न्यूज़पेपर ऐड निकाला दैट कॉस्ट इज 2 लाख रुपीज़, वो भी फेलियर हो गया. तो वन फाइन डे मैं अपने बेटे को स्कूल ड्रॉप करने जा रहा था एंड जब मैं ड्रॉप करने गया आई सॉ लॉट ऑफ लेडीज डाउन देयर. आई सेड दिस इज द राइट टाइम वेयर आई कैन पिच माई बिजनेस आइडिया टू देम दैट this is what we are really disrupting. So what I did, we came up with few balloons. 10 रुपए के balloons लेके आते थे, उन्हें देते थे and बच्चे balloon से खेलते थे and we started pitching our ideas to the ladies in the societies. And we did not tell them that we are affordable. We told them that we are very transparent in what we are giving in our services, the way we look up to our consumers, and that clicked for us. And then word of mouth took place. Then again, everything was going right direction. COVID came in. We were the company who were bootstrapped, and we did not have money to give life to our partners also because they were freelancers. तो उनकी life बिल्कुल ही खत्म हो चुकी थी क्योंकि COVID में they were earnings which was big yes for anything in COVID was a big no for yes madam because personal touch allowed ही नहीं था. So then again a setback. But again we did not give up because हमारा why was very clear कि हमें करना ही करना है चाहे कुछ भी हो जाए. We took loans from my father. Father ने मतलब I would say my father was very supportive. My family was very supportive throughout my journey. मैं कहा ठीक है, I'll give you money that whatever you want, just keep cruising. Keep navigating through the tough time. Tough time won't last, but tough people do. And that's what happened. 2-3 months, COVID also passed, and consumer really trusted us. Then COVID phase went by. Then we were thinking that we did not have money to make Yes Madam a household name. So we tried that how can we make Yes Madam a household name. So we went on Shark Tank. And Shark Tank really changed the entire game for us, and we were like we got the funding from all the 4 sharks out of 5. The 5th shark also wanted to invest in us, but somehow she said no earlier, so she could not come back to us. And then it was never a looking back story. From there on, we have grown almost 3x, and I believe Yes Madam is the only bootstrap company, the salon startup that going to go IPO in next 2-3 years. So I would say the only thing that I would want to come up with is and give all the people out there that मंजिल तो मिली जाएगी भटक कर ही सही, मंजिल तो मिली जाएगी भटक कर ही सही, बट गुमराह तो वो हैं जो घर से निकले ही नहीं. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your entrepreneurial journey with us.
How long was it?
Now, we would like to welcome our next key speaker, Dr. Tanu Jain, who is an inspiring figure who transitioned from career in dentistry to becoming a civil servant and mentoring for aspiring bureaucrats. She has spent years guiding UPSC aspirants, offering invaluable insights on ethics, philosophy, mindset needed for success. As the founder of Tathastu, an institute for civil service preparation, she has set off to help countless students achieve their dreams. Please welcome Dr. Tanu Jain with a huge round of applause.
Hello, everyone. So the topic of today is exceeding the excess. So how many of you like excess happiness? Oh my goodness, everybody likes it. Anybody likes mediocre pain? No? Pain doesn't. Nobody wants pain. Everybody wants happiness. So this means when we are talking about exceeding the excess, we have to understand that not everything can be set in the same pattern. Similarly, there are other debates where we find that our mind plays with us. How many of you think that desires and aspirations are good for you? Are they good? Yes. They are good for us because until and unless you have aspirations, you will not grow. But what if aspirations don't get fulfilled? Then what is left? Regret, pain, failure, hurt. But aren't these the two faces of the same coin? Until and unless you aspire, you won't achieve it. And there will always be a chance that you can fail. And this is true for nearly everything in our life. A child, when he is growing up or she is growing up, they try to walk, they fall. But they still walk, they still try. They try to run, get hurt. But this is how they learn. Similarly, in our careers, how many of you have ever faced failures? Very good. Very good. Until and unless you have faced failures, you will never know what it means to be striving or being in the pursuit of something. Anybody who has never failed? Not possible. This means failure is a key to success, part and parcel of life. We will fail in careers, we will fail in our relationships, goals, aspirations we will set for ourselves. But should we stop making aspirational goals for us? No, we should try. And the higher you can think, the better. So maybe if you will think about the moon, you will land up in stars. If you think about the galaxy, you will land up in planets. If you'll think about the universe, maybe you will land up with a galaxy. So higher the goal, the better. And when I'm saying this, I'm not saying just to make you a little, hep or motivated to do something great. There is an experiment, this is scientific study, which showed that few years back, many people, so there was a running championship and high jump was there. So it was believed that nobody could jump more than a particular number, 10.8 meters. But one boy was not knowing it, that this was the limit of high jump. He just knew that I have to win this championship. He was from a rural area. He was not knowing all the rules and the kind of practices and everything. That boy went, and because he had no idea, he overjumped it. Before that, for many years, many years, nobody could break that limit. This boy broke that limit. And what happened after that? Continuously, nearly every achiever broke that limit. Every achiever then. जो भी उसमें रेस करते थे, सबने उस लिमिट को तोड़ना स्टार्ट कर दिया. This means, what was the barrier? Our thinking capability. We stopped ourselves. And it's not your mistake entirely. The reason is because we have been trained in such a manner by the fears of our parents, society, relatives, friends. We all want to, stay away from any ridicule. Nobody should tell us or say that we are a failure. They should only see us as achievers. They should only see us as heroes. How many of you are heroes of your own life? We all are. Whether you raise hands or not. So you see a picture. First person you see is zoom karke your own self. So somebody criticizes anybody, you are okay. Yes, nobody should criticize others, but somebody criticizes you. You are the hero of your own life. And that is the problem, that you want the glory of a hero, but you don't want the glory of a hero's challenge. Hero कब जीतता है? Starting से जीतता है. From first day, the life of hero is easy with a silver spoon. No. Whoever is a hero, they must face some challenges. If you're not facing challenges, this means either your aspiration is too low, you are not making the full potential, or you are a villain. दो ऐसा ही होता है. This is, isn't it? So either you are not aspiring high. So how many of you are real heroes? You are okay with the challenges? Okay with the challenges? Yeah, very good. We have to be okay with the challenges because life is full of struggle. बहुत अच्छी एक कविता है, सच है महज संघर्ष ही, सच हम नहीं, सच तुम नहीं, सच है महज संघर्ष ही. This sangharsh, this striving for your own goal, purpose, aspiration is very, very important in life. So never ever shy away from struggle. This means the higher you go, the more struggle you will have. So never try to aspire to become a junior manager. Your aim should be CEO. Yes, I will learn through the process. You want to be the scientist? Direct SpaceX को challenge करेंगे. Yes. Start करेंगे छोटे से, लेकिन we will aspire high. We want to be in the government, we will go for civil services or maybe the politician. We will not aspire less. Face the challenges and work hard. That's the key. And do the hero also make sacrifices? सच में करता है ना? Are you ready for the sacrifices? Very right. Isn't it logical? Higher aspiration, higher sacrifice. Lower aspiration, lower sacrifice. So you choose your aspiration according to the sacrifice you can make. Higher the sacrifice, higher the greatness. Isn't it? Gandhiji made higher sacrifice, higher greatness, father of nation. There were many leaders. Maybe their sacrifice was also big. But the kind of passion and the sacrifice it requires to succeed, if you are ready for that, then there is no problem. But still, if after making an aspiration, working hard, struggling, if you don't succeed, then what? उसके बाद क्या करेंगे? Try again, yes. If not this, something else. अमिताभ बच्चन को अगर रेडियो ले लेते तो सुपरस्टार नहीं बनते. ऐसा बहुत सारे लोगों के साथ हुआ है. This means maybe you are fit for something else or a greater goal. Still, sometimes when we fail, we start in our hearts, minds, start considering ourselves to be mediocre or failure. How many of you have ever had this self-doubt that maybe you will not be able to make big? Everyone has it. Not unique. Absolutely not unique. Even the great personalities of their times, in their biographies, if you will read, you will find they were full of self-doubt. Nobody knew whether they will be the greatest of all or whether they will be written about, whether they will be talked about. So how can you decide right now whether you will be great or not? So first thing you have to decide, if you have to decide, what is this? I will be great. I will make a big aspiration. Once I make aspiration, it should be backed up by sacrifice, hard work, struggle. I will not shy away from that because The world doesn't run, the universe doesn't run according to our whims and fancies. It runs according to a logic. The logic is, whatever the logic of the job is, we have to understand. Like civil services. I teach students for civil services. What does an officer look like? What should be the officer's criteria, characteristics or criteria? You tell me. Officer should be honest, disciplined, knowledgeable, presentable. He should look like an officer. She should look like an officer. Confident. Crisis manager. Should be able to handle pressure. Should be able to do a lot of things and yet remain objective. Focused. Bas. If you can learn these, you can become an officer. You can be an IS, IPS or any other person. What are the characteristics of a CEO? Risk-taking capability, problem solving, visionary, multitasking. So, if you can learn these characteristics, you can be a CEO. Simple. So, your whole focus should be towards becoming the person which is required. And once you become that person, whatever the exam is, whatever the criteria is, you will fulfill it, you will clear it. But before you can fulfill any criteria, before you can become a hardworking, honest, visionary, disciplined person, you must start your action. You must start working, right? And when should we start working? कब start करना चाहिए हमें? As soon as possible. The best time to make your aspiration, fulfill it, to become a person who you want to be, is the time when you are in college, during your graduation or post-graduation. The reason is, the moment you will move out of this safe haven, the moment you will move out, people will start asking questions. Right now, nobody is asking you questions. They know you are in college doing some graduation or post-graduation. But the moment you move out, there will be questions. अब क्या करोगे? कितना कमाओगे? किससे शादी करोगे? N number of questions. And before you are ready for those questions, you should be ready with your career. Isn't it? Maybe in a 2 or 3 year span, you should be ready with your career. Because people will listen to you, your parents or anybody else will respect and listen to you when? Only when you are self-reliant. When you are responsible. Your parents feel that you are a responsible person. You have started earning. You have made a stable choice in your career. And then they will listen to you. Isn't this your goal, ultimately, one of your goals? To earn respect and be respected by your parents and the others? But just desiring the respect doesn't happen. It starts from your first step. What was that? Aspiration. Ready for sacrifice. Then you start learning about it. The more you learn, the better. And when? As soon as possible. In between you fail, it's okay. You get up, you start again. Supposedly you want to change, you change. You thought that you wanted to be an actor, and suddenly you realize you can be a better scientist. Or maybe you wanted to be the CEO, you want to now become a civil servant. Fine. There is no problem. But the cycle remains the same. And the last, most important thing is work without expectations. कर्म कर, फल की इच्छा मत कर. थोड़ा cliched है, but very useful in life. Because ऐसा कैसे हम मेहनत करेंगे तो फल की इच्छा तो आएगी? Isn't it natural and normal? बट लेकिन अगर हम फल की इच्छा करते रहेंगे, if we are totally focused on the results, will you be focused on the process? We can focus on only one thing, results or process. So if you are too much obsessed or focused on results, then what will happen? You will forget the process. You will become less disciplined in the process. You will become less focused in the process. But ultimately, what is taking you to the result? The process. So your focus should be on process. So it is as simple as that. Karm kar phal ki ichha mat kar is not something very, religiously oriented. It is the life lesson given by Gita. That whatever you want, you decide once, and after that, you don't obsess about it, you obsess about the process. And in that, if you have to exceed the excess, if you have to make passion out of it, you have to work, you have to make sacrifice, whatever, you do it. And whatever takes you away from that, you don't do it. Simple. Our actions, our karma, should be decided by our direction. And that direction, who should set for us? We ourselves. We ourselves must set a direction for our actions. And once you do it, everything is nearly achievable. Nearly. And I've already told you. If you aim for moon, even if you fail, you land up in stars. If you aim for universe, you will at least land up with galaxies. So aim higher and work hard. Thank you so much. Yes. Yes, beta. I got it. Dekho, I told you na that you will have to earn the respect. You want to convince your parents. This means that you must first be able to convince them that he is a responsible boy, and when he will start a startup, he can do it. He has the capability and the effort to do it. How do you build that respect and that confidence in them? First, by maybe joining some other startup as an employee. You first learn. Because if you jump, supposedly you want to open startup, you invest money, you take loans, but you haven't learned. You don't know what are the qualities of person who needs to be in a startup. You don't know where they fail. You don't know what are the challenges they face. So first you learn that. And once you learn that, then you make a jump. And rather you will be getting the opportunity. If you become that person, I told you, if you become the person which is required, you don't need to go anywhere. Opportunities will come to you. If you are a person who is a risk taker, who can work hard, who can multitask, who is able to understand the market, who is able to look at sales, marketing, logistics, HR, and all these things together with the operations, and still remain a human being. You remain the same person. This means that you have those capabilities. People will come to you. That do you want to be part of our startup? You understand that? So you don't jump directly. You learn and then you do it. अच्छा, एग्जाम के कितने दिन पहले पढ़ते हो? हाँ, कॉलेज के एग्जाम के. सच बोलना. 1 वीक. साल में कितनी बार एग्जाम होते हैं? 2 बार, 2 हफ्ते, 1 हफ्ता एग्जाम का, 4 हफ्ते, 1 महीना, बाकी क्लासेस कर ली, 4 बजे खत्म। 4 बजे के बाद तो बहुत टाइम है, टाइम ही टाइम है। देखो, we will always find time for the things we want to do. Supposedly एक नई मूवी आती है and you like the hero or maybe whatever, है ना? Will you make time for it? You will make time. Do you watch phone? What is your screen time? चेक करो। मैं करती हूँ। सर्च पे जाओ, उस पे लिखो स्क्रीन टाइम, फोन ही नहीं मिल रहा। ओके, इट्स फाइन। आप घर जाके जब अपना स्क्रीन टाइम देखोगे, यू विल रियलाइज यू हैव लॉट ऑफ टाइम, है ना? यू जस्ट हैव टू प्रायोरिटाइज। आई एम नॉट सेइंग दैट यू शुड स्किप क्लासेस और नॉट टेक योर एग्जाम सीरियसली. We can do it along with that easily. You just have to remove all the unimportant things out of your schedule and life. I'm a mother of a 4-year-old. I am looking at my house also. I run Tathastu also. I teach philosophy, sociology, social sciences, all of this. I mentor students. I have BA students. I have MBA students. I'm doing MBA myself. Do you think that you have less time than me? You will find time. As an officer, you will have to make a lot of things. You will have to do, devote yourself to many things. So can you make an excuse, क्योंकि मैं law and order देख रहा था, इसीलिए मैं education नहीं देख पाया? Can you make that excuse? No. You will have to look at the education and law and order and maybe the sanitation and the health, everything. You can't make excuses. Again, this is what? Sacrifice. If you feel that I can't be that, then this higher aim may be problematic. But you have to become like that. आपको क्या लगता है? Do you feel confident? Two months is not a time to judge anything. It's too less. Maybe you are not reaching out to the right people. सही लोगों के पास जाओ. How to? Am I exceeding the time? And I think there must be some time limit.
That will be
what
the
we can
last
do?
question
You
for
people
us.
come outside separately. We'll talk. Okay. Bye bye. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing your valuable insights with us. So that concludes the first part of our incredible talks. Now let's take a break, enjoy the lunch, feel free to network, reflect on the insightful discussions, and recharge for the second half. We'll resume at 2:12. Thank you. Guys, we'll be resuming at 2:30, please. by our talented performers. Let's sit back, enjoy, and celebrate creativity. Please give them a huge round of applause, everyone.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hello, hello.
Good afternoon, all of you. We are Decibel, the Music Society of Sharda University, and we are here for energetic performance for you all guys. इतना लंबा सेशन सुन के थकान तो आ ही गई होगी, तो थोड़ा एनर्जी वापस लाना पड़ेगा, नहीं तो यार आगे कंटिन्यू कैसे होगा, है ना? हाँ या ना? गुड. तो मेरा भी दिल इसी बात पे जिद्दी है, तो आज कुछ किया जाए. बस खुद की सुनता जाए ये, नादानी से है नाते ये, गुर्राता आते जाते ये, दिन को कहता है राते ये, वो देखे हैं आंखों में किस्मत की आंखें डाले हैं, हवा को जानो न जानो कहे किस्मत बिकती है, दिल ये जिद्दी है, दिल ये जिद्दी है, दिल ये जिद्दी है, जिद्दी है, दिल ये जिद्दी है, दिल ये जिद्दी है, दिल ये जिद्दी है, दिल ये जिद्दी है, जिद्दी है, दिल ये जिद्दी है. Hey, ay ay hey, hey, ay ay hey, ay ay hey, oh, oh. Are you feeling it?
शहर जाके ओए ओए शैतानी लाता है सर पे ये बांध के,
छेड़खानी को ओए 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 ये समझा के ओए ओए ओए, नजरों में चुपके से लाता है पहन के,
रहता सबसे टकराते ये अपनी ही धुन में आंखें डाले, हवा के कानों में जाके कहे किस्मत बीती है। दिल ये जिद्दी है, दिल ये जिद्दी है, दिल ये जिद्दी है, जिद्दी है, दिल ये जिद्दी है, दिल ये जिद्दी है, दिल ये जिद्दी है, दिल ये जिद्दी है, जिद्दी है, दिल ये जिद्दी है। ये परछाइयों से छुपता यहाँ, ओ ये तन्हाइयों से लड़ता यहाँ। जो चाहता है वो है किया, अपनी ही शर्तों पे ये है जिया। ओ जिद्दी है कैसा कैसा ये जिद्दी है, दिल ये जिद्दी है, दिल ये जिद्दी है, दिल ये जिद्दी है, जिद्दी है, दिल ये जिद्दी है, दिल ये जिद्दी है, दिल ये जिद्दी है, दिल ये जिद्दी है, जिद्दी है, दिल ये जिद्दी है। आई 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 वो है आई 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 वो।
सो थोड़ा जोश बढ़ा है ना। सो नेक्स्ट परफॉर्मेंस के लिए आई वुड लाइक टू कॉल जॉन।
Give me free.
कहते हैं कि हर एक के मन में एक नादान परिंदा छुपा हुआ रहता है। उस परिंदे को वापस बुलाया जाए आज? हाँ, इधर से ही आवाज है, इधर से क्यों नहीं? बुलाया जाए? हो
नादा परिंदे घर आजा।
नादान परिंदा थक गया। We have a technical glitch with us. नहीं, ये चीज़ शगुन का पार्ट होती है। अगर कोई स्टेज पे ग्लिच हो ना तो वो ज़्यादा आसान हो जाता है हमारे लिए फिर। अरे लिरिक्स भूल गए थे यार, उतने में चलो ग्लिच हो गया तो बेस्ट है ना। चलो अब वापस से, है ना? चलो अगेन वी आर बैक विथ नादान परिंदे। हो
नादा परिंदे घर आजा।
कागरे मोरी इतनी अरज तुसे चुन चुन खाइयो मांस कागरे मोरी इतनी अरज तुसे चुन चुन खाइयो मांस अरज यार
खइयो ना दो ना मोरे खइयो ना दो ना मोरे पिया के मिलन की आस खइयो ना दो ना मोरे खइयो ना दो ना मोरे पिया के मिलन की आस ओ नादा
So this was Decibel for you guys, and I would like to introduce all of my band members in front of you. On keys we have Dhruv. I need some appreciation from you guys. On keys we have Dhruv. On bass we have Sarthak. On first guitar we have Shubro. On second guitar we have Shailesh. On drums we have our Yuvraj. And on vocals, my lovely Vedant and Anubhuti Dikshit. And me, Ashish Kumar Jha, signing off today. एक नाम भूल गया हूँ जॉन ताली 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 यस
That was absolutely electrifying. Let's give a huge round of applause for all of our talented performers. While the team takes a moment to clear up the stage, feel free to connect with those around you, share your thoughts, and soak in the excitement.
चेक चेक कैसे पता चलेगा चेक 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 माइक चेक
इंट्रोडक्शन तेरा इसमें है क्या नहीं ना अरे यार इसमें से कौन सा वाला है भाई यही है
थैंक यू
हैंड माइक है किधर
हेलो कंसोल रूम भाई वो चला देना एक बार पोडियम स्क्रीन अभी क्लीन करना है
Okay. Yeah. Something. Yeah.
So now I would like to welcome our next speaker, Mr. Mukesh Jain, the CTO and EVP of Capgemini, is a technology leader and an expert in artificial intelligence, cloud computing, and data analytics. As a strategist and innovator, he has helped organizations worldwide embrace the digital revolution and leverage technology for large-scale transformation. Please welcome Mr. Mukesh Jain with a huge round of applause.
This. Jai Jinendra, Namaste, and a very good afternoon to all of you. It's a pleasure to be here. Today I'm going to talk about a slightly different, maybe mathematically incorrect topic, infinity plus one. How we all can take the excess and go beyond that. So that's the goal for today. I'm in the industry for 29 years now. All my career, right from my first job, working for Microsoft for 13 years, coming back to India, always was, can I challenge? Can we do something differently? In Hindi, पूछने में क्या जाता है? In English, there is no harm in trying. We have to express, push the boundaries. That was always my case. Now, at Capgemini, working as a CTO, the only thing was AI. How can I get more and more innovation with AI? I was fortunate to write 2 books, but I always wanted to become a professor. But I didn't have a PhD, didn't have a master's at that time, so nobody took me as a professor. But don't worry. I decided to continue to teach in addition to my job. This is my 5,414th session. Mindset. It's all about mindset. It's all here. People will tell you it's not possible for you. Everything will happen, but still, it's all mindset. 1998, when one of my friend's brother got a job in Intel in US, I was fascinated by that. Bella, wow, what it takes to get a job in Intel or Microsoft. Google, Facebook tha nahi wo time pe. He said, Mukesh, forget it. You can never get into Microsoft. I said, why not? Mukesh, your English is poor. You stammer. You're not from IIT. You're not from Sharda University. You can never get into Microsoft. I did a Sharda University now. Mental block. Internet. Surfing on the internet, September 1998. I find a site. Apply for a job in US. Click. Why should I reject Microsoft? Let Microsoft reject me. Applied. Even with no qualification, not much qualification, applied. And fortunate to get a job. What happens normally, we think our boundaries are this much. Somebody have told you that this is not work, and we stop trying. We stop trying anything. And that is the main reason for having challenges or not having growth. There are a lot of people with fixed mindset. People say, oh, you should be happy with what you have. Of course we should be happy with what we have. But if you're not challenging ourselves, if you're not planning to exceed, you will be there where you are. And that has been some of my learning as well. So if you look at it, each one of the element on the growth mindset about it, right? How can we challenge status quo? Why? Q, Kaiko, right? Can we challenge everything what is happening around you, right? And having a fixed mindset which is like, I'm happy with what it is. I don't want to do this. If somebody is criticizing me, I'll take it personally. All those things are negative signs. When somebody told me, I'm talking about my college days, 1992, I started using AI. Yeah, it's been 33 years almost now. So I'm talking about speech in AI. And I go on a stage and presenting at an IEEE conference in Aurangabad. And when I started speaking, I stammered. Everybody in the audience started laughing. I stopped. I started laughing. The whole audience stopped laughing. Very easy for me to get overwhelmed. Arey yaar, log hasenge in English. People will laugh at me. What would I do? My growth mindset would have been not there. Even with the limitation, even with physical disability of stammering, yes, I want to try. English, what English you are hearing me right now is all the things I've been developed over a period of time, but still I use some of the Hindi word because English is not my primary language. But we get overwhelmed very much working with Americans, 13 years, all speaking English, difficult to go. That difference between fixed, I'm okay, I'm happy, I've got enough money, why should I work? Probably you're asking, Mukesh, why don't you retire now? Yes, I can retire, but I enjoy working and I enjoy teaching. Why should I retire? Because I want to get to the exceeding part of it. Do what you best you can do. There was a scientist called Cano. This slide is an old slide, by the way, 19-year-old slide. There was a scientist called Cano. He said, over a period of time, things change. 19-year-old slide, the phone at that time, the model was this much. And if you are able to do email on the phone, people will say, wow, you can do email on the phone. And yes, my first phone was this one. And then I would say, yes, I can do email on the phone. It's like my mini laptop for myself. It was wow. Now we no longer go and ask, can I do email on the phone? We no longer ask. Now we are expecting 1 camera, 2 camera, 1 selfie camera, 4 selfie cameras. That's what's happening. That's what the Cano suggested. Over a period of time, everything becomes must-have. Things which are wow becomes must-have. Things which are more must-have. Dissatisfied, must-have. Everything becomes must-have. The bar raises. We all have to do the same thing. Same thing what we have learned is not enough. Even right now I'm learning, by the way. I just finished my master's about 6 years back, and I'm hoping to do my PhD soon, right? So continuously learning, you have to raise your bar, because what you have done is not enough. Continue to reinvent yourself. Continue to achieve. Here's a model I'm going to suggest to you, and you'll be surprised how much of a hidden talent each one of us have. The model is based on known, known, unknown, unknown theory. Johari window is what people normally refer to. I've taken it very seriously. Look at this, known, unknown, known, known. I know what I'm good at. I know my skills and my strengths and weaknesses. That's known, known. Excellent, we are happy. We are happy, I'm safe. I'm not going to stretch high. I'm happy with my life. 82% of the people are in this mode. Known, known, happy. Known, unknown. I don't know this area, I want to learn. Curiosity. I want to grow. Curiosity. But I know what I don't know. So I learn. Another 7% people are in this bucket, which are fine. I want to learn something new. The interesting bucket is unknown, unknown. Unknown, unknown. Olden days, I'm not that old, by the way. Olden days, there used to be newspapers. Olden days, there used to be encyclopedia. Right? Why? Because we open and we read. We learn something new, something which we have not planned for. Now, if you think about known, unknown, if I know I want to search, I will go to Google, I will go to ChatGPT and I'll figure it out and I'll get my answers. Great. But unknown is we don't even know what exists. How do we come to know about that? And that is the area we have to be in, which means I'm open to learn, get me knowledge. In the movie theory, it was mentioned, ज्ञान सब जगह बट रहा है, सबको हमको लेना आना चाहिए. Which means the knowledge is there everywhere. We need to know how to grab that part. That's the unknown area. But today, I'm going to talk about unknown known area. Your hidden potential which even you are not aware of. And that is the part, if you are able to explore yourself, how, what, you can do more. And that is the area which is unknown known area, which means you have certain capability, certain skills, which you probably are not aware of. How can you find it out? And that is the one where disruptive things you will do. As I mentioned some of this area initially, right? My English was poor. And in fact, one of the counselor told me, Mukesh, you are not fit for technology education. You are not fit for computer engineering. I'm a CTO of the company now, right? So yes, sometimes somebody will tell you, sometimes will turn you down, but you have to think about it, right? Is it okay? And just try to challenge them. Not just challenge them, challenge yourself. Finding out that internal thing is what I'm going to spend next few minutes on. Now let's look at it. Positive mindset. Positive. You become so positive, everybody else is like, what is this guy? Always talking positive stuff. Right? Everything. You have to first have a mindset of success. Success. During my initial working days in Mumbai in 1995, I should not compare with my peers. I should not compare with my managers also. I should compare myself 2 or 3 levels above me. How can I get that salary? Very easy, right? Money-minded. I'm a Marwadi, right? Money-minded, definitely. But no, it was more than that. It was, how do I get there? Which means, what do I need to do to step to get there? Success. You have to aim higher to be able to get there. Compared to, no, I'm better with my all people around me, so I'm happy. No, you have to set the higher bar for yourself. And several areas are there. How can you have more optimistic approach about certain things? Who didn't work? Okay, fine. I may have done something bad compared to teacher has given a wrong question paper. The question came out of syllabus. Because of this person, I did not get promotion. Stop blaming others. Optimistic approach. Maybe something I have not done well. I need to do something more about it, right? So all those things, if you start thinking about it, every small things can make a huge difference. And that's what it's all about, uncovering yourself. When you have positive attitude, okay, fine, I will learn this part. Just few days back, my wife was asking me, okay, how much more you have to learn now? I said, I don't even know how much more I have to learn, but continuous learning has to happen there, part of it. Okay? Small steps. One step at a time. Oh, this course is very big, I will not be able to finish it. Oh, this topic is very big, I will not be able to finish it. Fine, take the first step. Take the next steps. Some of the solutions which I was building at Microsoft, some of the solutions I'm building at Capgemini, and when I was working at Geo, it was always something, how can I challenge this part? You might have observed for people who have taken Geo SIM card in September 2016, every few days, few weeks, the network was improving. How the network was improving? Because AI was used there to be able to check how many bars you have. And that, there was no book which gives you this idea that you can do this part. Hey, I've read the book and I've implemented a solution. No. You have to practically live that life and then see what you can do in that and coming up with the idea and then building those solutions. So when I came up with this idea, some of my leaders, including Mukesh Ambani ji, he was saying, is it even possible? And my answer was, let's try. So a lot of time when you are building something, you have to always think about that mindset about I'm going to try, and there will be failure. Very easy to say, I've tried 3 things and all 3 are successful. Great. I'm not like that kind of person. I'll try 10 things and 5 of them will be success. People say, oh, only 50% success? No, 5 success compared to 3 success. So you have to judge what you want people to know you as. So if you notice, if you increase the whole quantum of knowledge, what we are really getting into, it's not about number of certificates you have. It's about the mindset. It's all here in the mindset, right? First, let's understand the infinity concept. If we look at infinity, it is all about infinite opportunity, infinite possibilities and all, which means mostly it is said something which is endless, something which is beyond, and that's what infinity is. Very simple, straightforward. We know about infinity for a long time. But as soon as you have the +1 approach, which means I want to know what the limits are, and I want to be one step ahead. Doing some of my executive coaching sessions, when I'm talking to people, and when people tell me, oh, but there are less opportunities in Mumbai, there are less opportunities in this region, I said, why are you talking about it? You only want one job, right? So a lot of times we think about volume and everything. No, it's just about doing that one extra part. So the +1 approach is about what else can we do, what extra knowledge we can bring in, what extra we can do to take that step, one step forward, compared to what has been given to you doing it. Right? See, sometimes people think you are a troublemaker. Sometimes, and I get this, by the way, a lot of time, not just from my office, but also from my family, right? Troublemaker, because we are always challenging, because we are always asking people to do more, one more things and all, right? Now the curious mindset, curious in Hindi, jigyasa, curious, I want to learn this thing, I want to know more about it. We all are born curious, by the way. During our 1 year to 3 year stint, we are curious. What this, curious. The baby is very curious. We all are curious. But the teachers and the parents, we say, मैंने बोला ना इसलिए ऐसा करना है. Because I said so, you have to do it this way. Because I said the apple color is red, it is red color only. It cannot be green, it cannot have a yellow lines, right? So that's what, because we are too much constrained about those parts. So that's why the curious mindset, keep it open. What if I do this part? What if I do this part? The change part is required. In my 4 years of engineering, I crashed computer multiple times. I had created a lot of problems in the computers as well because I was trying. Compared to, these are the 10 algorithms, just focus on the 10 algorithms and you are done with the subject. You're not curious. Accepting status quo, definitely there's a challenge around those. And last, exceed your own limits. Who is setting the limits? Nobody. People say sky is the limit. Yes. But you have to decide on yourself, how can we exceed our limits? My initial days, as I mentioned, cannot work for Microsoft because you stammer. You are not fit for engineering, education and all. I said, fine, let me prove that person wrong. And I did that part as a CTO. Now when I talk to client, exactly same thing happening again. When I was presenting with one of the client and I talk about it, this is how we are going to build it. And the client says, but I never heard about it. And my answer is, exactly. So doing something different, right? Because normal is boring. And that's what I keep telling people. Next part, if you notice. So all this part is good. But what next? So about 6 years back, I created this model, the infinite +1 model. And this model, we said, okay, fine, let us implement it. So multiple colleges I've already implemented, and of course, I implement in my company as well. So the model is very simple. We assign some structure to this madness so that people can learn from it. So we started with the first part, which was Monday. What can we do on Monday? Let's have ideathon. Let's encourage people to come up with an idea. Crazy idea. I'll be very honest. First 2-3 months, random ideas, not much worth it. But after that, people started stretching themselves. Imagine a forum, freshers from college coming to this session on Monday, 12 to 1 every Monday, and just coming up with the ideas. The bar went up, 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 up. Tuesday, tech tips. How, when you do this, what can happen? When we do this, what else can you do? All those were tech tips on Tuesday. Getting the architect, getting some of the top guys come and present. Knowledge, gyan, sab jagah bat raha hai. Knowledge is there everywhere, we just need to grab it. Wednesday, my favorite, which was innovation of the week. And when we started this part, people loved it because freshers coming in, presenting in front of CTO, their innovation. I loved that part. Guru, it's been 6 years, Guruvar, Thursday, Guru Gyan. Every Thursday we have a session by some expert who will come and share their knowledge. Amazing, amazing learning out of those parts. Friday Masti. When we started this part, a lot of innovation happened. 442 innovation we have done so far. All of them highly successful, used by client as well. So again, it's possible to do this as well. And last slide, my learning. The first, पूछने में क्या आता है? Try, If you try, there is some chance of getting it. If you don't try, you're definitely not getting it. Okay? A person with the idea is crank until the idea succeeds. Always remember that it's okay to be crank. It's okay for people telling you that you have crazy idea. Okay? Other part, action without result is noise. My son, when he was in 2nd grade, he got a B grade in one subject. I said, why B grade? He said, Dad, at least I tried. Tried? Yes, he did it. But did he get a result? No. That also is important for us to know part of it. Okay? You are much better than you think, and you are much better than what other people criticize you as. So don't worry about all those. There's learning in everything. Whatever you do, you can learn a lot of them. Okay? Last part, do what you enjoy. I can tell you, I'm enjoying every day of my job. There were a few months in my career, did not enjoy, I changed the job. And last but not the least, give back time to community. This is my way of giving back time. This is 5,521st lecture of mine. Thank you.
Anybody having any questions from sir?
Sure, go ahead.
Please.
And because of that trip, my attendance got short.
Okay.
So I have a legit problem with the system of this college, with the university thing, that why attendance is crucial and an important part. I know that teachers are coming for us. But if we have a reason and we couldn't be there in the class, but we do have an intent to study. We are not just coming for the attendance, we are also coming to study. But majorly in the universities or in the colleges, students have an intent to go to the college just for attendance. Even the university and the guidelines said ki you need to have 75 attendance, then only you can sit in the exam. So sir, I have a legit question with the system, that why attendance is compulsory in the colleges.
Okay. I got the answer. I got the question. I can give you the answer.
I feel the intent is important.
Intent, yes, Mansha. Okay, you all are lucky. 1991, the whole year, one teacher used to come and couple of lectures, including the artificial intelligence lecture we wanted to have. And we got some professor who zero knowledge about artificial intelligence. She came and started teaching. I was on the first bench asking like a 3 idiots looking at the thing. I asked a lot of questions about artificial intelligence. 1991 I'm talking about. She ran away. No lecture for the whole year. So you are lucky and fortunate you are teachers. Second part. Yes, you have a legit reason. Do we think everybody have legit reason? If we say attendance no longer required, do you think everybody will come or not come? You know the reason for that. Third point. Let's say you have a legit reason. Have you written a letter and requested that is for these reasons? Puchne mein kya jata hai? That for these reasons, I want exception for these 4 days or 7 days, I will not come and study.
Yes, sir. I went to every single management teachers, the people who are sitting on the people who decide about, like the people who, sir, मैं हर एक टीचर के पास गई थी कि this day I was absent, please consider and please give me attendance, my exams are coming, I need to sit in the midterm. But still, sir, no teacher, every single teacher, no teacher in our course or from MBA, no teacher supported me कि no, Dhyanvi, you will get the attendance and you will sit in the exam. So no, sir, sometimes I feel people who are sitting on the bigger post, people who are handling the management, they are not the right people. Sorry to say, it's a big...
not the right people, yeah, I agree.
Sir, I know it's a big statement. Right now, I don't stand on a post. I am nothing today. And it's okay, I'm a student, but everything, I have a right to say. And so there are times I begged for their time and went to the dean office every single day and for the signature, and no teacher supported me, and every single day I was like, I want to sit in the examination, and no teacher helped me out. So I feel sometimes wrong people are sitting at the wrong post.
Yeah, please, ma'am.
With your due permission, sir, I am a professor in Sharda University. So my first question is, do you think going on a trip while you had classes going on is a valid reason
Could have
for
been
absence?
vacation, yes.
Do you think it's a valid reason for absence? Whether you inform or not. So my only submission here is we are bound by UGC guidelines, by NEP guidelines, with lot of guidelines under which the university functions, right? So we, even the teachers whom you went to and asked for permission to give you attendance because you were on a trip, they were bound by rules and regulations. They could not have given it to you. And the second submission, let's not be so judgmental in saying that we have wrong people sitting in the wrong positions. I think we are not supposed to be so judgmental. We have our limitations. We have guidelines under which, if it was such an open system, India is still yet to accept an open education system. In US, you have open classes. You have, you know, classes where people just can go and attend anybody's class. So we are yet to reach that stage. Having said that, we still trying to be as open, so my submission, we are still trying to be as open as possible. We take our classes to field studies, especially if the department I come from, design can never be taught in closed classrooms. So we, while we maintain the decorum, we try to take it further. And while I truly appreciate and I agree with you that travel is the biggest, I mean, you know, you learn maximum when you're traveling because exposure is the key to success and to learning. Yet I would really appreciate if your travel plans are made as per the academic calendars. You have vacations, you have summer vacations. I mean, plan your trips then. I mean, why would you miss class and go for a trip? And that too, I mean, it's a personal trip, it's not an educational trip.
My son and daughter had a similar situation. Both of them had to take some time off for attending conference, attending competition. They were given exception, definitely. Okay, any other question? Yeah, please go ahead.
Sorry, I got a message. So you worked with the major giants, right? So Microsoft, Satya Nadella, then you worked with, you also mentioned just before you walked in, right? So you also met Elon Musk, right? So while you actually travel a lot, you speak to a lot of students, how do you measure what you're doing and also recorrect, relearn? How do you do that while you are engaged for the whole day, while you travel, you get exhausted? How do you measure and also try to motivate yourself at this age, right?
Come on, age. Come on, second time today you're talking about age. 2018, I joined Capgemini. Few weeks later, I get a call from a CEO asking me about a technology. Mukesh, about this technology? And I said, I will get back to you. I felt like somebody slapped on my face. Few weeks later, he called me again for another technology, and I said the same answer, I'll get back to you. That's my motivation. Another slap on my face. Few weeks later, he called me and I told him the answer about whatever technology he was asking for. And few weeks later, I started telling him, this is a new technology which is coming, or this new technology which has come. And this is what we need to do. Agentic AI, about 2 months back when it came. One day later, he called me, Mukesh, I want you to do research and give me a report after 1 month. I said, do you have time now? I can do it now. So that is my motivation, that I want to be what my daughter told me once, 15 years back. Once my daughter told me, Dad, you are Mr. Know-it-all. I'm still not Mr. Know-it-all, but I want to be Mr. Know-it-all for my daughter. So that's my motivation of doing this. Second part, motivation. I realized soon, because I wanted always to teach, because I didn't get the right teaching. As I told you, one teacher for the whole year. Hardly any lectures. We were craving for lectures. So yes, I miss that part. I miss mentoring. I wish I had some mentors. So I wished it. But when I came back from US, I thought I'm well off, I'm well settled, I can do it. But then I realized I cannot get a job also in teaching. Then I said, you know what, let me continue by a CTO job. But then I'll teach and do it. So that is my motivation. So far, as I told you, not a single lecture I have denied. If I get a request, I will do the lecture. Few days here and there, but I will definitely do it part. That gives me motivation part. And last point, each one of us should have a purpose. When I talk about my physical disability like stammering, when I talk about my language challenges, Hindi, English and all those, I think even if 10 people are getting motivated, 5 people are getting motivated, that is worth that 1 hour, 2 hour of my investment of motivating few people compared to that 1 or 2 hour I probably would have watched a movie. So that is my motivation of 360 degree coming back to this part. And by doing all this, I'm still getting paid to be a CTO at the company. So I'm happy with that. I hope that answers your question, Dada. Okay.
Thank you so much, sir,
Thank
for
you.
your insights and telling us about
Thank
your
you.
journey. It was really inspiring for us to listen to all of it. Thank you, sir. Now, we would like to welcome our next speaker, Khushbu Gupta, who is a passionate animal activist and a key figure in driving legislative and ethical reforms for animal welfare. Through her efforts, she has helped shape policies that promote cruelty-free practices across industries from fashion to entertainment and beyond. Please welcome Khushbu Gupta with a huge round of applause.
Podium.
Thank you. No. Yeah. Can you make sure there is presentation also displaying there on the screen? Yeah. Yeah, thank you. Just want to check this is working, right? Yeah. All right. I want you to imagine being taken away from your family as a child. You cry out, but nobody listens. You're chained, beaten, shackled. But nobody's there to listen to you. Your life is no longer yours, but you're dictated and you're controlled for human whims. And the worst part, that nobody stops by to question this cruelty. You're just living in chain in concrete. That's the horrific life of a captive elephant. We live in an age of modernity, Yet, in this modern era, we cling on to some old traditional practices that do not respect the existence of animals. In the name of cruelty and in the name of tradition, we are ready to inflict cruelty on these sentient beings. Today, I'm here as PETA India's Director of Advocacy Projects, where we are, in PETA India, we basically run these advocacy projects where we are trying to rescue animals, we are trying to expose their suffering, and then also push for legislative change and practical solutions, including solutions through innovation, which can make this world a better place. Today, I'm here to share these stories with you, stories of elephants and how we can together rewrite these stories to make a compassionate world. Today, I'm here to share the stories of hope and challenge us to rethink our relationship with these animals. Elephants are capable of deep emotional bonds, yet 2,700 elephants today are in captivity in India, out of which 24 of them died just last year in Kerala, where it is common to use elephants for ceremonies, in temple processions, in weddings, or maybe just as a statue outside a showroom which is to be inaugurated today. This is how most of these elephants look like in captivity. You can see that there are scars on this elephant's ankle. This is because of the tight chains that they are forced to live in. They're just reduced to statues. They are living, thinking beings who just have emotions, love, joy, pain that they experience, that we experience. Here you will see that this elephant will stay like this for days, for months, for years, except when he's taken out decorating, in a decorated garb with ornaments, except when these elephants are taken out for any procession. These animals were meant to live free in their jungle homes, where they would bathe in watering holes, they will live with their siblings, they're social animals, and look what we do to them. When these elephants are captured, they are kept in something called, and when they're captured as babies, right? Because it's very difficult to control big giant elephant. So they're captured as babies and they're kept in something called karal. Karal, imagine there is a bamboo crusher that is called karal. And then they are ripped away from their mothers, they are beaten, they are starved, and they use something called ankush. If you have ever seen an elephant in captivity, then you must have seen the caretaker who's there. He carries this weapon. There is this metal tip, and then this goes stuck in the elephant's body. And sometimes they use fire. They just tie their ankles with a rope and set it on fire to train them, to tell them that should they decide not to obey, then pain will follow. Imagine the agony of a child who is ripped away from his family, who is ripped away from his mother, his siblings, the life the child had in a jungle, and then reduced to this, and then tortured. Imagine the agony of that elephant, the crushing grief and pain the elephant experienced because of what's happening with him, because he knows that there is no freedom now. All that is left in his life is just being chained at one end of the chain and being on the concrete and live in that cold, dark space. Like this elephant, Joy, she's originally from Assam, and she was taken to a temple in Tamil Nadu where she's called Jai Malita. And Joy Mala had been in captivity for more than 2 decades. And there was, this case came to our attention when there were multiple videos of her Mahods beating Joy Mala came to light. And I would like to play this small clip for you just to show you that, what a captive elephant goes through. And this video, by the way, was, this treatment of Joy Mala was given right in front of, the Sanctum Sanctorum, where you have the main murti of the Bhagwan, the deity, and right in front of that. When I visited Joymala in Srivilliputtur in Tamil Nadu, then her captors, they pinched her skin with the pliers just to make her lift her leg. Imagine somebody pinching your arm with pliers just to make it lift, and not just once, for years. And then there was this elephant, Sundar. Yeah, before Sundar, I would like to show you this video of Madhuri. Madhuri, she's an elephant in a Jain temple in Maharashtra, and she's there, and she's 36-year-old now. And imagine, you know, these elephants have been in chains for more number of years than most of us alive here. So you must have seen these trending videos online, right? The elephant like making repetitive movement, and some trending music playing in the background, and you know, maybe some dancer dancing in front of the elephant, or something, you know, those videos where everybody says that elephant is dancing. Let me tell you, that head bobbing, trunk swaying, the repetitive movement of the body, it's not dancing. It's not joy. It's despair. Look at what Mahadevi, or Madhuri as she's called, what's her life like? Now, if I put some trending music, people on Instagram will say that she's dancing and she's happy with her surroundings. But let me tell you, you may no longer enjoy those videos as I tell you that these are her attempts to self-soothe herself. Because there is no companion, because there is nothing which is natural to her, no forest, she's kept in solitary confinement for years like this. You know how a human would rock back and forth in order to, you know, in an attempt to soothe themselves? That's what elephants do in those videos. But people think it's dancing, it's joy. We need to think about the behaviors of these animals, and in order to understand what we are doing to them. Then there is another elephant from a temple of Maharashtra, Sundar. You can see these marks here. When we found Sundar, there was a metal chain around his leg, and it had metal spikes. And those metal spikes were dug deep into his flesh, and that's how this is caused. He was so weak because of the years of torture. And when we tried to rescue Sundar, he was hidden away in a poultry shed because people with him thought that it's better to conceal his condition rather than to cure it. And then there was one video that was released due to undercover footage in which Sundar was beaten mercilessly. And that video finally resulted in a public outcry and a great battle for justice for Sundar. And finally, after years of fighting in court, which went up to Supreme Court, PETA India was finally allowed to take Sundar for rehabilitation, where he lived a good life. Then how about Malti? Have you been to Amer Fort in Rajasthan, anybody, and seen elephants there? Yeah? So these elephants, and Malti was one of those elephants who was forced to carry tourists up and down the Amer Fort for years, despite her psychological distress. Once a tourist offered her a banana, and you can imagine an elephant has been offered a banana. She got so excited. And then there was a flimsy barricade, you know, as she approached the banana, there was a flimsy barricade between her and the tree, which broke. And the response was swift. Not once, not by one, but 8 men beat her mercilessly. This video, this picture and this cruelty was captured in camera in 2017, and after a long court battle, Malti is finally free. She lives in a sanctuary without chains, without the fear of being beaten up, and where she can have as many bananas as she wants. With other elephants, of course, her friends. These are not just stories. These are the outcomes of a system that exploits sentient beings, reminding us that we must challenge the excess of apathy that we have been tolerating for far too long, a treatment for these animals and their sentience. Elephants are, they have personalities. Some are nurturers, some are lovers, and some are born leaders, just like us. And they are not machines. You must have heard that phrase, elephants never forget, right? And that's true. When these elephants decide and they retaliate and they attack and they say in their own language that we don't want this, we don't want to live in chains, we want our life back. And this is how the environment is once an elephant decides that they want their life back. Now, this is a clip from a temple in Kerala, and where, it's common to keep elephants for processions, right? And then there were like, just in these first 2 months of 2025, there have been several incidents, like 11 incidents involving 12 elephants in which 5 people died and several got injured. And these are, these actions that elephants do, they're telling us in their own language that we don't want to be in captivity. And millions, so far, numerous people have been injured and they have died because of these attacks. So now what do we do about it? Let's look at, the stage where there has to be a solution about it, right? Age-old traditions, how do we change it? And there is a solution. Imagine an elephant which is a machine. An elephant who looks exactly like a real elephant. They can mimic the behaviors and the physiological appearance of a real elephant, and they can help us continue our traditions and practices without the cruelty involved. These elephants are made by the artisans in India who have made them with remarkable precision. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Idiana Pilli Raman, the world's first mechanical elephant in a temple, here on the screen. How is he? PETA India has donated 10 mechanical elephants so far in temples in Kerala and Karnataka with support from the donors and celebrities. And these temples, the best part about these mechanical elephants is that the temples who accept these elephants, they make a pledge that they will never hire or buy or use a real elephant ever. They will only use these mechanical elephants. They have they are mounted on a trolley where they can be moved around for the paridakshina or processions. And they can, do everything that a real elephant is used for. An elephant in a temple is basically used as like a moving statue, right? And then these elephants can clearly give that, they can clearly, fulfill that purpose. And we have seen, and PETA India has also introduced Ellie. She's a mechanical animatronic elephant calf who is kept into schools. Because we have to catch our kids young, right? We have to educate them about empathy, compassion. So this Ellie can also blink her eyes, move her ears. She can also lift her trunk and also, perform the blessing action just like the mechanical elephants who are in the temple, and even spray water with the trunk. And she can also, and then Ellie can also talk because she goes to schools, right? In a narration with the voice given by actor Diya Mirza. And when Ellie goes to school, children are naturally drawn to her. And then, it gives a chance to the facilitator to tell children about why it is important to be kind to animals, to elephants, and all living beings. And temples have modernized in other ways, right? So why not? Why not for, then why not for animals? Like, for example, these days it's possible to make donation through QR codes, right, and UPI. And there is roti making machine and dishwashing machine in langars. Then there is Kashi Vishwanath and Tirupati ji that allow virtual darshan so that people globally can be part of their rituals. And then there are websites that allow priests to book, where you can book priests and do rituals. And we need to think about how we can do these advancements, innovations to help animals. So what can you, people who are here, can do to help these animals and to be part of this compassionate shift? Support the transition to mechanical elephants by advocating their use in ceremonies and cultural events, instead, where real elephants are used. Then you can share stories of elephants like Malti, Sundar, Joymala, and sensitize those around you. You can speak up, most importantly, and demand change. Don't live with the status quo. And also, talk to your friends and family and urge them to not patronize any events that involve animals or elephants. In India and throughout the world, animals are suffering for uses and traditions that we can change in slaughterhouses, in dairy farms. Now you can get vegan milk, you can get vegan shoes, like oat milk lattes, right? And then you can also use cosmetics which are not tested on animals, that animals don't have to suffer in laboratories for that. So please make compassionate choices. Each one of us can make a great difference. And remember, when it comes to elephants, a chained elephant can never bless, only curse. Thank you.
Anybody
happy
from
to
the
take
audience with any questions?
Anybody curious? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so your question is that we talked about mechanical elephants, and mechanical elephants can be used for rides, right? I mean, see, what is the purpose of, first of all, we need to think, right? Elephants are not made for us to ride on them, right? How will we feel if somebody wants to, how do we feel about those people who are carrying all that palki, palki in those religious places, and people are sitting on them and then they are taking, we feel bad for them, right? So similarly, elephants, their job is not to carry us up and down anywhere or give us safaris or tourism. Elephants are not meant for that. Elephants are, sentient beings, intelligent beings. And in order to I told you about that training in Karal, right? When you ride an elephant, just remember that training in Karal and that Ankush. That if you demand an elephant for a ride, and then, that training would have happened in the background. So now these mechanical elephants right now, yes, there are, in Kerala, there is something called Anapura. Like people climb on the elephant and then they do different actions and they do a show. You can do it on the mechanical elephant. You can sit on the mechanical elephant. You can also, go around. And honestly, for riding and all, we don't need animals at all. No horses, no elephant, no camels. We live in 2025. It's an era of digital revolution and, technology. And then that's what we should focus on. How Sir said, Mr. Jain, that we should think about, we should think out of the box. So, there are electric cars that you can use. Like, for example, in Amer Fort, we are advocating for electric carts to be used that can be decorated in a royal style, like a Maharaja Gadi style, because, we realize that people want to ride on an elephant because they want a feel of royalty. Even royalty shifted to cars when cars came. But we are refusing to move and budge, and we need to, start thinking and start doing it, right?
I totally support your idea of saving the animals from all this cruelsome behavior. I really like the idea about beta elephants. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ma'am, I want to ask one more question. Yeah. Ma'am, a few months ago, I went to Amer Fort, as you mentioned, and I saw many of the elephants there. As I was also having an elephant at my home and my village. When I was 2 to 3 years old, I remember. So I know that how a pregnant elephant looks like. So I saw that they were continuously using that elephant to go up and down, even though she was pregnant. And it was quite visible that it was almost 13 to 14 months pregnant. So ma'am, why don't government work on the things which are also not visualized? मतलब कि जो चीज़ें वीडियोस में आ जा रही हैं, जो चीज़ें वायरल हो जा रही हैं, गवर्नमेंट उन पे तो काम कर दे रही है जस्ट टू सूद पीपल डाउन, बट गवर्नमेंट उन चीज़ों पे क्यों नहीं काम कर रही है जो कि हमारे सामने भी नहीं आ पा रही हैं, जो कि कुछ लोगों को ही दिख पाएंगी? क्योंकि व्हेन आई आस्क देम कि आप लोग रहते कहाँ पर हो, और वहाँ पे एक दो नहीं बल्कि आई गेस 60 to 65 एलिफेंट्स हैं वहाँ पे।
88 right now.
यस मैम, तो उनके लिए एक सेपरेट गांव बनाया हुआ है, गवर्नमेंट ने ही दिया है जो कि उनका एक गांव, तो मैम
जो गांव के जैसा बिल्कुल नहीं लगता है।
हाँ, ट्रू। तो क्यों वो मतलब कि उनको गांव क्यों दे रहे हैं rather than setting those elephants free? क्योंकि मैंने वो चीज़ जब देखी कि pregnant elephant walking that on a continuous track, I was a whole day there, so I just observed that elephant for I guess 4 to 5 times. So ma'am, why the government is not working on the things which are not visual to us?
Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, I totally agree with you that government needs to do something about it. It's like, it's not the time and age, and today we have this so much of knowledge about the sentience of these animals. पहले की तरह नहीं है कि कुछ था नहीं तो हमें हाथी घोड़े पे जाना है, right? So, like government of course needs to think about it, and people like you must question. And one is that don't participate in that demand. You know the function of demand and supply. अगर आप डिमांड नहीं करोगे वो चीज़ डाई डाउन हो जाएगी. इफ देर इज एन इलेक्ट्रिक कार, देर इज एन एलिफेंट, यू से नो वी विल गो ऑन इलेक्ट्रिक कार एंड कॉल आउट द क्रूअल्टी. Say that this is cruel, I don't want to do it. And make sure that you are maybe going to the Rajasthan government's forum or Indian tourism website and giving your feedback that I saw this and I think it is wrong and you must change to, technologically sophisticated things like cars, or people can just walk, right? Even government was thinking about introducing a ropeway project, but what they were not thinking about is to remove these elephants from there. And elephants are social beings, right? And then they're in Hathigao also, they are kept in solitary confinement. जैसे कि वो एक हाथी दूसरे को देख भी नहीं सकता है, right? So that is the condition that they are living in, and people like you, once you know about this, you must speak up. Because that is the only, that's the only way. Spread awareness. Talk to people. Say कि ये real हाथी क्यों use कर रहे हो? Mechanical हाथी भी तो है. अगर आपको हाथी ही use करना है, otherwise just walk or just take an electric car. जब तक हम नहीं बोलेंगे ना, जब तक like it's not, it has to be a public conscious. It has to be in the people's consciousness that yes, we don't have to use animals, and that's how the change will begin. And government, listen, animals don't vote, right?
Ma'am,
it's people who vote. People have to speak up.
Ma'am, it's not only about elephants. I have also observed those khachars, horses, and so they are also in so much pain, but no one does anything.
Absolutely, I agree. And you guys, you are young people. You should start by taking a pledge that we will not ride a ghodi in our shadi. And the girls should say that I'm not going to get married to a guy who's still, in that mindset. Imagine somebody who's still using a ghodi in this time and age in their shadi. Unka mindset kitna purana hoga na? They're not even questioning these useless traditions. Correct? So this must be your takeaway from this session for sure.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
I'm so happy to see that you people are so compassionate and so open to new ideas, and I'm sure that you will together make this difference. Thank you very much for being lovely audience. Thank you.
Thank you, Khushbu ma'am, for telling us about electronic elephants. It was really lovely to hear us, and it did provoke a lot of thoughts within ourselves. We need to retrospect ourselves, and we'll surely make sure that we don't engage in whatever activities that you told us that hinder animals.
Yeah,
Thank
just
you so
think
much.
about,
really
how will I feel if I was in their position?
Exactly.
Yeah?
Thank you so much,
Thank
ma'am.
you very much. Thank you.
I hope you enjoyed the talk. Now, moving over to our next speaker, Major Prajakta Desai, who is a trailblazer in Indian Armed Forces. She has become the first woman UAV observer pilot in her division, leading critical operations in some of the most challenging terrains. Her journey of breaking barriers in defense, and later transitioning into leadership and motivational speaking is nothing short of inspiring. Let us welcome her with a huge round of applause, everyone.
How? No, I think ऐसे?
अभिषेक
Yes. गिरेगा मेरे. बंद है ना? Check. Mic check. Okay. Thank you. This keeps falling. Can you switch it off for a minute? Ready? A very good afternoon to everyone. My name is Major Prajakta Desai, and I'm a retired Indian Army officer. And today, when I speak about exceeding the excess, I will be speaking about all the battles that the Indian Armed Forces have taken place in last, say, 100 odd years. Now just imagine, how far are you ready to push yourself before you break? How much can you endure before you give in? You know, imagine yourself at 18,000 feet, where the air is so thin that even breathing itself becomes a battle. You know, your fingers, they are numbing from the biting cold. Your body is completely exhausted. But what happens? Your enemy is covering up. They are moving in and they are outnumbering you 20:1. Now, what do you do in such a scenario? Do you give up? Do you surrender? Or you retreat? No, you choose to fight. Ladies and gentlemen, the Indian Army is built on this spirit. We just don't exceed our limits, we redefine them. We have fought wars where human existence is impossible, and we have won against all odds. And when I speak about exceeding the excess, today I stand in front of you over here and I'll take you down into the heart of some battles where the brave soldiers, the men of the Indian Armed Forces, have not just exceeded the limits, but they have exceeded the excess. Now, before I start with the first battle, let me just paint a picture and ask you folks. And let's see if you all remember. Now imagine you are standing and the ground beneath you starts shaking very badly. You hear a loud noise. The sky is completely filled with dust and it's all getting darker. And what do you hear? You hear the footstep of marching soldiers. 10,000 soldiers are marching towards you. Kuch yaad aaya? Do you all remember what it is? It is September in 1897, Northwest Frontier Province, Saragadi. 21 soldiers of the 36th Sikh Regiment found themselves covered from all sides from 10,000 plus enemy warriors. Now, why do I say enemy warriors? Because this has been pre-independence. Now, what do you do in such a situation? You give up? You surrender? No. You stand till the last man on the ground. You know, the message was pretty clear from the regimental headquarters that the reinforcements won't arrive in time. Now, what do? The enemy has moved in, wave after wave. And Havaldar Ishar Singh is leading 21 gallant, brave Sikhs. What counts? Each and every bullet counts here. They had to stand till the last man. As the hours had passed waiting for the reinforcements, one by one, people started falling down. The soldiers started falling down and they started sacrificing their lives. Ammunitions were out. Hands were bleeding. There was bloodshed all over. But these brave men stood their ground. They did not move an inch. You know, one of them was so severely injured that he literally crawled till the last standing post over there and gave the final message in the regimental headquarters. We have been under attack and we'll fight till the end. What did they do? Yes, they fought till the end. Till the last man, to the last bullet. But before that, they took down 600 enemy warriors with them. And in their memorial, a Saragadi Memorial Gurudwara has been built. Now, when we see this, what does it come to our mind? That courage is not something which is measured by the size of your army. It is measured by the size of your wit. Battle of Saragadi is known to be the greatest last stands in history. It's a proof, it's a testament that when you think of fighting a battle, even death can be defeated. Now moving on to the second one. I am sure you all know the Battle of Longewala. A very famous movie was made, and I'm sure most of you over here who've seen it has inspired generations and generations. For that matter, it even inspired me to join the armed forces. Now let us recap it. Battle of Longewala in Rajasthan. Alpha Company of 23 Punjab Regiment. They were deployed in Longewala, which is in Rajasthan. It was a forward zone defended locality. Okay, that means only 120 soldiers. Now this company was led by Major K.S. Chandpuri, Kuldeep Singh Chandpuri. Now what happened was, on December 4th, 1971, at the midnight, a shadow patrol of Longewala had moved ahead for doing reconnaissance and what they hear a large that a monstrous line of armored vehicles are marching towards their post. What do you do in such a situation? Immediately the company commander. And they realize that this is not just any couple of tanks coming towards you. It was a massive force of 2,000 soldiers against 120. They are backed by an armored brigade. 45 tanks, patent tanks were there. Now in this situation, the only thing that can be done is standing your ground. Because ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you, Indian Army doesn't withdraw. There are no such orders given and they'll never be given. They stand there only with their grit and determination. This is extremely overwhelming. And the numerical superiority is so much that logic says you are not going to win the war, or this battle is doomed. But let me tell you that war is not won by logic alone. It is won by resilience. Major Kuldeep Singh Chandpuri immediately sent a radio signal to the nearest Air Force Station base for the fighter aircrafts and told them that we are under attack. We will hold on till the first light, requesting for immediate air support. Now from midnight to the first light, 6 long hours they had to endure. They had to stand. Just imagine 45 tanks marching towards you, ready to run you over and then move ahead to Jaisalmer, which was the plan. Now, not having artillery, not having any sophisticated equipment, just the personal rifles and a couple of machine guns. What did they do? Here they deployed their tactical thinking. They used the sand dunes which were there near the company post for defending themselves. The mines which were laid in front of the company post were, helping them to stop the tanks that were advancing. For 6 long hours, the men fought bravely. And at the first light, the fighter aircraft took off and they swooped down like hawks. Meanwhile, even our soldiers, just to show that there is a large force which is defending Longewala and not just 120 soldiers, they mounted recoilless rifles on jeeps because they had nothing. It was just an innovation. They started moving their position from one place to another so that it depicts that there are more soldiers than 120. And trust me, this was the biggest surprise for the adversary. The one who thought that we can run over them and move to Jaisalmer were within an hour of the airstrike, they all were like sitting ducks. Out of 2,200 soldiers died, and 37 tanks out of 45 were destroyed. Just imagine the grit and the determination of the armed forces. And there were only 2 casualties on the Indian side. And I'm sure you all know the blessings of Mata Tanot, the only standing temple over there, blessings of which the company had survived. So this gives us a very beautiful lesson that when we say exceeding the excess, it's not just, going ahead, bash on regardless. It's having resilience, it's having a strategy, it is having a planning. And when the options or the odds are against you, not giving up. Standing up against the odds, because yes, there will be a streak of lightning in such a black cloud. Now after this, let me take you to the third battle. Now from the deserts, let's move on to the highest battlefield in the world. Can anyone tell me which is that? Yes, absolutely. That's the Siachen Glacier. The highest post at Siachen Glacier is literally at 22,000 feet. And let me tell you here, humans are not meant to survive, let alone fighting battles. Temperatures are as low as minus 50 degrees Celsius. The breath that moves out of your mouth, it solidifies. Food solidifies, let alone your breath. When you're breathing, it feels like there's a burning sensation in your lungs. Now imagine fighting at the highest battlefield in the world. In 1984, we received the information that the adversary was planning to capture this place and to claim it forever. But Indian Army thought otherwise. They said, we will do it before anybody does. So what was the plan? What do? You fight a battle at Siachen Glacier. Pretty simple, right? No. How can you fight a battle at the roof of the world? But has to be done. So what was the solution to it? Training. The Indian Army trained harder to reach 22,000 feet, where literally air becomes so thin that, again, as I said, it's another battle to survive there. You're not just fighting any enemy over there, you're fighting nature. The best of the best paratroopers, high altitude paratroopers, mountaineers were selected for these missions. Months and months of training was done in the high altitude areas of our country. They had no Sherpas, they had no porters picking up their luggage. After rigorous training, hundreds of soldiers carried 30 kilo of backpack and began climbing the Siachen glacier. Just imagine when we go on a trip to Leh and Ladakh, how, tired we feel, how much non-acclimatized you are. So imagine carrying 30 kilo of load and climbing. They continued to climb because surrender was not an option. Giving up your motherland to another country was not an option here. They kept climbing. And finally, in 1984, in April, this operation was called Operation Meghdut. When finally these people had gone to Siachen, to one of the highest posts on 22,000 feet, and established themselves there before the enemy could come in. A place where literally your blood also freezes, let alone bullets firing. You are again battling nature and not battling the enemy first. Here we get two beautiful lessons, The first one being that limits are illusions. Such a beautiful topic that you folks have for your TEDx talk, exceeding the excess. So one thing that really comes to my mind is there's nothing known as limits. It's the biggest illusion. And the second one is fortune favors the brave. Fortune favors the bold. The one who's bold, the one who moves ahead, takes a decision and works on it, the fortune will favor you. But with all of this, what comes is sacrifice. And the soldiers of Indian Army have happily sacrificed themselves to protect their motherland in such scenarios. This is another picture where you can see the soldiers wearing the complete gear and marching towards the Siachen Glacier. Now, apart from Siachen Glacier, there's another bone-chilling battle which comes to my mind, when we talk about exceeding the excess. And I feel it is to be known by many people because Battle of Rizangla is not to all. Now, similarly, as this is in Siachen, there's a sector in Ladakh wherein there's a pass, Rizangla, which is at 16,000 feet. This is the Rizangla Memorial which stands today. Now at this pass, there were 124 Kumaoni soldiers of 13 Kumaon Regiment. And these people, when they were in their bunkers, they had an advance of 5,000 enemy marching over them. Just outnumbered, no reinforcement, there are no arrive. Surrendering is never an option. Giving up is never an option. These troops were led by Major Setan Singh. And morning 4 a.m. were sitting into their bunkers, into their trenches. At the beginning of the first light, the enemy started pouring down from the hills. First wave, second wave, third wave, they kept on going. With limited strength, with limited ammunitions, these folks had to push back 5,000 troops. Now imagine you are sitting at an altitude where you have no help at all, but yes, you need to fight again, last man to the last battle. By the time it was morning, grenades were lobbed, bayonets were removed, the machine gun was firing, there was bloodshed all over. Out of the 5,000, 13,000 enemies were taken down. Major Setan Singh was badly injured. Still he crawled post to post, mustering the strength of the remaining soldiers to fight back. The most saddest part over here, I would also say, the kind of a proud part over here was, when reinforcement came in, after a couple of hours, what did they find? Out of 124, 114 soldiers had laid down their lives. And these folks were found with their fingers on the trigger. They were found with the bayonet holding in their hand. Their palms were clenched with that. These soldiers gave up their life for their motherland. Now just imagine the dedication over here. There's a very beautiful saying, and also there's a plaque in Rizangla which says that, how can a man die better than facing fearful odds for the ashes of his fathers and the temple of his gods? With all this, the last battle that comes to my mind is the 1971 war. Now we all know the Kargil war, we all know the 1971 war. And because of the paucity of time, I'll quickly run through over that. When our neighboring nation was in a big turmoil, people were flooding into our country, helpless, with a big baggage on their back, and just looking forward to have a brighter future. Did India sitting up just like a person who's, looking at it and letting go? No. India was guardian of justice here. Along with then General Field Marshal Sam Manekshaw, a 13-day war took place by the Indian Armed Forces. And imagine the world was in awe because in less than 13 days, our army literally gave up on an offensive that was launched by Indian Army. And a total of 93,000 soldiers had surrendered. Imagine, this is the largest surrender in the history after World War II, just within 13 days. So when we talk about exceeding the excess here, it is not just a term. You can say, it's a military strategy when you use your passion, your strategy, your devotion to do what you want. And in this case, India liberated a nation. So I have a couple of lessons that we have learned here, and I'll quickly sum them up. Courage is not something which is measured by number. Courage is something that you have within you as a will. Innovation and resilience can turn the tide again against formidable challenges. Human endurance knows no bound when fueled with purpose. Steadfast commitment can redefine the course of history. And lastly, overwhelming odds can be turned into unstoppable momentum. So next time when you are facing any odd, just ask yourself, am I going to stop here or am I going to move ahead and exceed the excess and create history? Thank you and Jai Hind.
Any questions from the audience? Thank you, Prajakta ma'am. It was a really powerful talk. Your insights were both inspiring and eye-opening for all of us, reminding us of all the sacrifices that have been made to make sure that everything goes in place in our country. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
We regret to inform you guys that due to unforeseen emergency, our last speaker, Pankaj Bhadoria, could not be here and couldn't join us today. And we sincerely apologize for the disappointment it has caused within the audience. So with this, we come to the conclusion of today's event. I would like to take a moment to thank our sponsors, Yes Madam, Pizza Hut, Taco Bell, Fasos, The Good Bowl, Behroz Biryani, and gifting partner Usata Luxury Fragrances. Our speakers today shared a unique perspective and sparked new ideas and challenged us to think beyond boundaries. A true spirit of TEDx. This event would not have been possible without the dedication and hard work of the entire team and the invaluable support of the university's management and remarkable guidance that we have got. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to everyone involved. A special thank you to all of you, our wonderful audience, for your enthusiasm, engagement, and energy throughout the day. Your presence and participation have been the most heartful part of the event. Though our event concludes here, we hope ideas and conversations sparked today will continue to resonate and inspire action. Stay curious, stay connected, and keep pushing boundaries of possibility. Until next time, take care, keep inspiring and getting inspired. Thank you very much.